Richard. Well, I wanted to start off this meeting this year, just a 2-minute clip of music. When we first started the APCOG, Action Collaboration Across Web Market, we reached out to someone to kind of create a song that would kind of help introduce some of the webinar series that we had throughout the year in 2023. And we just put together a phenomenal piece, and I'll explain a little bit more after you hear the music. But this is Woodland Welcome. It's together. And what you're hearing in that pounding is actually the pounding of brown ash. It's narrated. It's pretty cool. And for those of you who haven't seen a pounding, we have a session at the community dinner tonight or this afternoon. We'll have some pounding. I think we have 7 or 8 pounders, so it's going to be really cool to hear that music at our community dinner. So again, welcome. This is the first day of our meeting. And again, the purpose behind our meeting is really to reconvene. I see a lot of familiar faces from previous meetings that we've had. But I think importantly, broadening out interest in collaboration. And it's so nice to see new faces here today and to learn from each other and with an interest in brown ash. I just wanted to kind of give an idea of who is at our meeting, both in person and virtually. But again, it's so nice to see such broad participation. We've got 45 people who are affiliated with tribal nations, enrolled members, our staff members. Of the following tribes, we might have had a few more registered before we put together our slides, but again, great representation from tribal communities in Canada, the Northeast, Midwest, we're bringing that show, so really great to see. We also have a fairly large contingent from the nonprofit sector, again, a big component here in our state. Federal employees, USDA, APHIS, U.S. Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, 33 researchers. You can kind of read the numbers, but just really nice, broad, diverse participation, which I think will really add to the conversation dialogue over the next few days. And just a reminder, So this is kind of a hybrid. We wanted to make this meeting available for people who couldn't make the trip here to the University of Maine. And so we have over 80 folks who are joining versus, with the webinar. And we have, I think, nearly 140 people here today. Plus 130 joining us tonight for the community dinner. And I'll talk more about the logistics as we get closer to that time. Most of our presentations are going to be recorded. Some will not. We'll let you know which ones are recorded, and those will be available on our website that you can view later if you'd like to see some of these presentations again. We're planning to have those available. I think most of you picked up your name tag and pamphlet that has the agenda inside. There's also a map if you want to take a tour around the campus. There's also directions to the community dinner for those that are coming to the community dinner. Also, we were able to get continuing forestry education credits from the Society of American Foresters. If you want to have those credits, what you need to do is certainly sign up on the sign-up sheet. And be sure that you sign up for today's sessions for the number of credits that you'll receive, which I think is 6.5. And then tomorrow, if you want credits, be sure that you sign up the sheets again so we can have that recorded, that we can share back so that you can receive credits. Please come in. There's seats up front here. Restrooms, if you haven't found them already, they're right over here to the left, just outside the doors. And I want to just introduce Ella. Ella, if you can stand up, who you probably all heard from as part of this registration process, and is a key person to make this all happen. Thank you, Ella. There's questions for you. Tyler's another person that you can reach out to, or myself, if you have any questions.
Can you try one more time?
And so just a reminder for those that are joining versus via the webinar, you can use that same web link to join. Okay. And we really, sometimes it's difficult when you're doing a hybrid version, but we really want to try to involve the people who are joining virtually. So after our presentations, we're really going to try to collect questions that might, that they have, and we have someone that's going to be monitoring the chat room. So we've given time after each presentation for questions, and we're hoping to get a question both from the audience and also those that are joining virtually. So this is the agenda for this morning, and again, you have a copy of the agenda in your packet. But we're going to have a couple presentations, and then we're going to have a break period. And we've integrated quite a few break periods in the lunchtime, again, for conversation and discussion with people who you see presenting or who you meet at your table. And we have the atrium out here with snacks, just for you to kind of meet each other and talk. Right next door is also the posters and other tables for you to look at the great research that's being done. So hopefully you can find your way there during the break periods too, to meet up with some of the students and others that are here. I just want to give just a few more slides before we start with our presenters today. But again, part of this meeting is really kind of the efforts of the Ash Protection Collaboration across Wabanaki. And it really has taken the support from a lot of folks in the creation of the APCAW, what we call the APCAW lab, that really has kind of really energized and created a lot of programming and activity over the past couple of years, and this is one of those culminating moments I feel as part of the Epcot is having this meeting. And we've been working with partners for like over a decade, knowing that the Appalachian Shore was coming to Maine and when it was here. And but there really seems to be a lot of synergy and interest now that Emerald Ash Board is in our state and spreading throughout our state, but people want to learn more and see what they can do to try to protect ash that's on their property. And you'll notice in that booklet, a publication, that was a collaboration from a number of universities. Tony D'Amato, University of Vermont is here. Nate Seeger, who's going to be presenting. Different universities, Akwesasne Nation with Les Benedict put together this outreach and education publication that I think is informative. This is one of the pictures that's in that magazine, but basically just showing the ash trees. It's not a huge component of our forest when we think of all the trees in our state, Maine, but it is a widespread tree species, a very old tree species, a very important tree species, as you're going to be learning, that really covers a huge spans of Maine. It's located everywhere. It's just a small component of the forest, but it's an important component of the forest. And a lot of our wetland areas where the brown ash grows, we have a lot of wetland areas here in Maine, and they just play some very, very important roles. And one of the primary factors for my involvement in this work is really tied to the cultural significance of brown ash. And you're actually going to see some of these folks present who are part of this, but the rich tradition that's associated with brown ash. And I've got the Canadian Basket Makers Alliance up here, but I just want Teresa Secord, if you're in this room, you want to stand up just so you can see Teresa Secord, someone who was very influential. She was the executive director that started the Maine Indian Basket Makers Alliance back in the early 90s, 93, really trying to revitalize the cultural traditions around basket making. And it did, has done such a wonderful job. And Richard Soloboy also has been part of that effort, a master basket maker, along with Teresa.
I just wanted to share too that Les Benedict was at our first meeting in 1993.
Can you repeat that?
Had the Brown Ash Task Force, we initiated it. And then
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to repeat for the people that are joining versus, if you have a webinar that Les Benedict from Akwesasne was part of the first, some of the meetings, and Les has shared with me his trips to Indian Island as a young child, coming to the community. And Les, as we'll learn, what he'll share later in this meeting, has really strong connections, rich history. So yeah, you'll learn more about the cultural traditions. It's so important. I just wanted to also just acknowledge some of my family. This is my grandparents, who are basket makers, and I grew up helping make baskets. I wish I had paid a little more attention when they were harvesting those trees in the forest, but I just really thank them because of what they shared with me, all the outdoor activities, really kind of guided my career. And there's just something special about making baskets that I usually bring one of theirs because I hold it up because it's just a memory. It's a physical memory of them making that basket and spending time with them. It just brings you back to the places where the trees are harvested and processed. There's a lot. So I just wanted to thank my parents. grandparents. I also want to acknowledge another person in this room, Richard Sillaboy. Teresa, I think actually you created this poster back about describing the Basket Makers Alliance. This is when Richard had more hair. But this is a poster I have in my office. And one thing, kind of getting reconnected, is just the commitment. One thing that NEVA did was, create this, what we call this brown ash task force that created, dialogue between the University of Maine and the Maine Forest Service, kind of searching out reasons, with Richard Sillaboy seeing dieback that was occurring in brown ash. This was before the emerald ash borer, but when dieback was occurring in those brown ash trees, you'd harvest those trees. When you pounded it, it would just splinter, right? It had different qualities when you saw the dieback that was occurring in brown ash. And Richard was out here leading folks out to those places where this was happening. And I have to say, Richard has been the dedication, if you think about it, right? From his childhood and involvement in the 90s, 80s, 2000s, today, he is just a committed person that wants to protect brown ash. And I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you, Richard. I also wanted to, I don't want to steal your thunder, Tony, but I just wanted to bring in another piece that I think is really critical as we think about brown ash, because it's just not brown ash, right? When we think about the emerald ash borer, its potential implications is that it's connected. It's connected to our values, right? Particular community values where all our relatives, things are connected to each other. And these are what we know. And I think there's probably other species that we don't know yet that's connected to our ash trees that might have implications if we lose ash in our forests. And I think this is going to be another continuing area of research. And I think we actually have someone from Yale that's actually looking at understory vegetation and things, looking at like maybe coming back. And he has a poster here. So just being cognizant of that, of the relations of other species is so important. So just a couple more slides. I do want to give a really big thank you to our partners who have been part of our efforts for quite some time. The Wabanaki Youth in Science Program has been involved in research efforts that Tyler will be talking about with the silviculture. They've been a really long-standing partner. Whenever we're working in the communities, the emphasis is, what about the youth? How do we get the youth involved? How do we keep this going? And the WASTE program is one way of doing that, but it's also other students that are studying in the university in their studies and being directed. Again, the tribal nations here in the state of Maine, the Penobscot Nation, I'm a citizen member of the Passamaquoddy, Holton Bay and Maliseet, and the Mi'kmaq Nation have been real strong partners in our efforts, along with the U.S. Forest Service. And I guess what I'd like to say, at least with this particular meeting and making it happen, it really happened through some funding that was obtained, and it's being directed through the U.S. Forest Service to make this happen. So thank you. It also happened with the grant because we needed to have a 50% match for the grant. And the Maine Land Trust Network stepped up in volunteer hours. Penn State, Joe Hamilton, you stepped up and committed your lab time and your time. So we were able to match with volunteer time and paid time for the grant. And so that contributed to the webinars that we offered through 2003 and our in-person trainings, the in-person trainings that we've done this year so far, and importantly, this meeting that we're having over the next couple of days. So I just want to thank those folks. And importantly, I want to thank some of you that might be new entities that could become partners in our efforts. So looking forward to meeting many of you. So with Lamont, thank you very much. I want to kind of start in with our presentations. We have two presentations and then we'll have a break. I've asked Nate Siegert, forest entomologist with the U.S. Forest Service, state, private, and tribal forestry. The tribal forestry was added in the past couple of years, which I think shows a little more commitment, even though Nate has been involved in this work for over a decade here coming to Nate. But that's a significant change even within the U.S. Forest Service having that added to that entity. And Nate has been coming, like I said, over 10 years as we've been planning for EAB to arrive, now that EAB is here. And I think it's special that Nate is introducing Deb because Deb McCullough was as academic advisor at Michigan State University. So Nate, come on.
Great.
Yeah.
So that's perfect, John. Yes, it's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce Deb McCullough, professor of forest entomology at Michigan State University. I won't say how long Deb and I have worked together, but it's been a long time. And yeah, we know a lot of secrets about each other, and we continue to do a lot of fun work. You'll see we're probably going to be co-authors in several talks today and in the future. So Deb's going to be speaking today about emerald ash borer and black ash in the lake states, why the Northeast may be the last best hope for black ash. So with that, please welcome Deb McCullough.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Nate, for that interesting introduction. I got to tell you, it's been a long time since I've been working on emerald ash borer and ash in general. And I think we found ash borer in Michigan in 2002. About 2004, I was at a music festival in East Lansing, and I can't think of her name. There was an elder there from the Anishinaabe tribe who had a table with black ash baskets, which was the first time I had ever seen a black ash basket. And she had some splints out. We got to talking, and that was when I first became aware of the cultural significance of black ash. And frankly, I gotta tell you, 20 years ago, whatever it's been, nobody was paying attention to ash, let alone to black ash. There was no timber value, there was no economic value. It's hard to get into black ash areas sometimes, most times, in fact. And, you know, I started looking into it, and I came across the book that Les Benedict wrote called Black Ash. And I read that book cover to cover, and I've read it a number of times since. And I remember thinking the first time I read it, it's like, it's all here. We don't really have to do anything else. It's everything about the ecology and how it grows and reproduces and what you can do to manage it. It was all in Les's book. And so I really want to commend John Daigle and Nate Siegert and Ella and Tyler and everybody that's put this conference together, because I do think that if you can combine indigenous knowledge and you can combine what research people can do, you end up with the best of everything, best of both worlds. So I also gotta say that it can be pretty frustrating to work on ash borer. You know how many dead ash trees I've seen? It's ridiculous. It's frustrating. It can be depressing. And when I see, I think, did you say 140 people here and some people online? It gives you a little bit of hope, you know, a little bit of optimism. And I do think that this group here, I've never seen a group of people from different aspects, different kinds of perspectives coming together to work on something like black ash. And maybe there's some hope, maybe, and if there is, it's going to be you folks. So without further ado, oh yeah, we call it black ash. Always called it black ash. I have to really think hard about switching over and calling it brown ash. So if you'll bear with me, it's mostly going to be about black ash today. But you know, tomato, it's the same tree. Lots of stuff that I'm going to show you today has been done over the years by many, many different people. Funding from a lot of different government agencies, not from any pesticide companies, no conflicts of interest as far as that goes. So to get things kicked off, if you haven't been paying attention to ash borer, we're now up to 37 states. Russ, how many counties did you say? 1,400? 1,423 counties that they have emerald ash borer. That doesn't count the counties that don't know they have emerald ash borer, but probably do already. The most recent state was North Dakota. They found it earlier this summer, and then British Columbia had found it a little bit before that. But if you look primarily at the eastern half of the U.S., where we have the longest experience with emerald ash borer, 4 major ash species, and of course you see black ash, brown ash right up there at the top. And this is a map that Nate Seegert and his crew put together. This is ash distribution in this eastern half of the country, more or less. You can see a lot in the lake states and then over into New York and up into Maine. And if you look at black ash in particular, Minnesota has the most black ash of any state, and they have the highest percentage of all their ash trees that are black ash. You can see then Wisconsin, Michigan, we have a lot of ash trees. We have kind of a good mix of black ash, green ash, and white ash. Maine has quite a bit of ash and a pretty high percentage of black ash. New York actually has the most ash stems, according to the Forest Service data, but not a whole lot of it is black ash. But overall, if you look across these states, almost half of the ash trees are black ash. And every time we do any kind of experiment, or whenever we have a couple of different ash species co-occurring and growing together in the same sites, we can see which trees the beetle likes the best. And we've done a number of studies, manipulative studies and observational studies, and black ash is consistently the most preferred by the beetles, and it is the most vulnerable of all the ash species. In contrast, blue ash over here is not very abundant. It's mostly in Ohio, Illinois, Kentucky. It's basically resistant to emerald ash borer as much as anything is. But black ash here, I think everybody in this room is probably very familiar with it. One of the interesting things about black ash, though, is that ash borer larvae in black ash, their gallery pattern is somewhat different than what we see in green ash, white ash, any of the other ash species, in that the gallery goes further horizontally, back and forth, back and forth. And what that means is that each larva damages more tissue on black ash than they do even on green ash, which often co-occurs. And you can see trees die at generally lower densities of larvae than you would see with green ash or white ash. I'll show you just a little bit. This was you can look at trees in the woods, you can look at street trees. This was a plantation that we set up specifically to look at ash borer and host resistance and so forth. And you can see as we were setting up the plantation here, we planted during a blizzard in April of 2007, and we had 5 different ash species. Bare root, about a ½ inch in diameter when we planted them. Green ash, black ash, white ash, blue ash, and Chinese ash, which is native to Asia. And we did it in randomized blocks. So we took one of each species, randomized the order of planting, took another tree of each species, randomized the order of planting, and so forth, so that all the blue ash weren't in one spot, for example. For the next few years, we wrapped them with tree wrap every year in the spring to keep the ash borers from getting at them. And then we exposed them in 2011 to ash borer. And this is just very briefly, this is mortality from 2011 to 2022. And the black ash lasted 1 year. The beetles literally would fly around other ash species to get to the black ash trees. And they were all dead by 2012. This is blue ash in contrast. You know, some of the trees, they would get iced up in the winter and break off. But basically those trees are all still out there. They look beautiful. Ash borer hasn't killed any of them yet. Green ash, you can see quite a bit of mortality. They went down about as fast as you'd expect. White ash is still hanging in there, kind of gnarly, lots of attacks, lots of woodpecker holes. They just don't die easily. And then what was interesting was that Chinese ash, it looked pretty good for the first few years, but as it got bigger, the ash borers got after that. You can see by 2022, only a few were left. So black ash, highly preferred. You know, black ash is just such a unique species, and those beetles, the adult beetles, especially the females, the ones that lay the eggs, are picking out the trees that the larvae are gonna feed on. Ash beetles, ash borer beetles respond to the volatile compounds that ash leaves and bark and wood are giving off into the air. And there's something very special about black ash, apparently. They're able to find those trees, and especially any kind of stress on an ash tree makes those trees more attractive to ash borer, whether it's green ash, white ash, or black ash. And you know where black ash trees grow, and they're often growing in stressful conditions. Another thing that we think is that these unique traits, these anatomical traits that make black ash able to grow and thrive in these hydric wetland sorts of forests are also what contributes to this gallery pattern where the larvae are going back and forth, back and forth. I would say with white ash especially, we often see the white ash heel over larval galleries. They'll put callus tissue on either side, and then they'll start to lay wood and eventually bark over those injuries. We just don't see that really on black ash. I would also point out that the hydrology. Yeah, okay, so when we talk about black ash and overstory mortality, we end up with what we call canopy gaps, which is basically the forest is no longer shady, there's no more big trees there, you end up with these canopy gaps. And that is going to affect the hydrology, which affects, as John was pointing out, all kinds of other kinds of organisms, plants, and so forth. And this, if you can see this yellow line, this is a plot that was instrumented by a colleague, Wendy Robertson. All the ash trees here had been killed by emerald ash borer. And so you see that the water level, okay, just below the surface of the soil, doesn't change during the day. This is a diurnal pattern, whereas immediately adjacent to this gap, there was forest without ash trees. And you can see every day the trees are taking up water and then it recharges and the trees take up water. And if you look at it seasonally, this is precipitation coming in. This again is the plot with the dead trees, the canopy gap. This is the adjacent forest. And as long as she had her instruments in there, which was 4 years post-invasion, this never changed, it never recovered. And so you end up with these gaps that look like this. In the case of riparian forests in particular, you can have plants like sedges that are adapted to these high water tables and standing water. They can come in, colonize the site, create very dense mats that are going to prevent other tree species from germinating typically. This is a big study that Nate is involved in, along with Patrick Ingleton, who couldn't be here today. He's with the Forest Service out of St. Paul, Minnesota. We call it the P&D study. Did you figure out why? Okay, got that? Good. Okay, so this is what we wanted to do, was to try to start getting a handle on black ash, what it looks like before EAB invades, what are the stand dynamics, what happens after EAB invades. And this, we worked in 3 regions, Michigan, of course, the origin of emerald ash borer. The Northeast, this was Nate's work. Over here, New York, and Maine, and Vermont, and New Hampshire. I think that was it. And then Patrick was, by that time, had gone to work for the Forest Service in St. Paul. So he picked up 24 sites in northern Minnesota and Wisconsin. And we measured the trees, we looked at regeneration and various other things. And I'll show you just a little bit about this, this kind of regional approach. If you look at, this is pre-EAB basal area, and we can estimate that based on the standing live ash trees, the dead standing ash trees, and the ash trees that have recently fallen. And so before ash borer gets there, they're all pretty similar, although I would say that the trees, the black ash in Minnesota and Wisconsin tend to be bigger and larger, maybe a little bit fewer of them than in the Northeast region and in Michigan. Not a lot of variety in these forests. I think many of you have been in there. It's, you know, a lot of black ash, not too many other kinds of species. If you look at this, this is relative importance values. That's a function of the frequency, the density, and the basal area of tree species relative to all the other species. And what you see is that, of course, black ash, we picked these sites because they were black ash, is dominant in the Northeast, very dominant. You pick up some other species, red maple, you see balsam fir pop up. Michigan, Again, very dominant black ash, but we also get some green ash mixing in, balsam fir sneaks in, and then in Minnesota and Wisconsin, black ash really dominates their sites, again, with a little bit of balsam fir. Just to show you, the first 30 sites that we looked at in the study were all in Michigan. It was 2020, that was the COVID year, and there was, we couldn't have overnight travel, but we got 30 of these sites inventoried. And just to show you, pre-EAB invasion, about 4 square meters per hectare of green ash and about 10.5 square meters of black ash. And then after the post-invasion conditions, virtually all of those overstory trees, anything bigger than about 4 inches, were dead. This is kind of trying to encapsulate this whole big study very briefly. This is what black ash should look like. These are the 24 sites. This is basal area. Again, the average and the standard error here, which tells you how much variability there is. Pre-EAB invasion, all 24 sites there was no sign of EAB when Patrick was looking at these. Mortality of overstory trees was less than 1%. In the Northeast here, where Nate was working, there was 37 sites that were either not infested or ash borer was very recent and just beginning to show up. Very low mortality again, but if you look at the 7 sites that were considered post-invasion sites, 93% loss of that basal area. And in Michigan, we picked up another 22 sites in addition to the 30 I showed you. 13 of those were pre-invasion in the western and central part of the Upper Peninsula, 39 post-invasion. Very low mortality still here and almost complete overstory mortality there. More recently, if you look at Wisconsin, they now have confirmed EAB infestations throughout the state. There are some efforts to deal with black ash, mostly in terms of either releasing parasitoids in a few cases, or more often it's trying to see what other tree species might grow in those sites and might eventually replace black ash. Minnesota, I'm kind of frustrated and disappointed with Minnesota. They've had it in the Twin Cities for quite some time. They've had it in Duluth, which is right on Lake Superior, for a number of years. The 2 national forests, one here, one over here, Chippewa and Superior, had no plan for emerald ash borer. There was a Forest Service scientist and a person at University of Minnesota that did some studies, would cut logs in the lab and so forth, and concluded that EAB would not survive in northern Minnesota. And apparently the Beatles did not read that paper because they're surviving, and they found a patch of dead black ash near Big Rice Lake, if anybody's familiar with that. It's right by a boat ramp. There's another patch of ash that are clearly declining. There is another infestation at EAB that was discovered this summer that's about 12 miles away. And again, maybe some group selection cuts. I think the silviculture people are going to talk about that. Maybe what other species can grow in these hydric swamps, but not a lot of effort to actually save or maintain black ash presence. I want to put this in. This is about where that EAB infestation is that's killing black ash. And I will also say what John was mentioning. There is a bunch of black ash decline, which is they're attributing to some droughty conditions and an unusually warm winter last year. So there's other things that are affecting black ash as well. But where they have that infestation now is right in here, where there's just so much black ash. And again, I'm hoping that this group and all the knowledge and all the effort and energy that's in this group can pull together and do something about EAB. Because if you look at what is happening where nobody does much and nobody takes any action, complete mortality of overstory trees. The big question is regeneration. Are there seedlings, saplings, and recruits, those 1 to 4 inch trees, that will eventually survive and coexist with EAB and grow up to be big trees? And I think River's going to talk about that a little bit later. And you know that ash borer will continue to spread. And when you get to Maine, there's no place to spread. So it's kind of up to you guys. Are we going to keep black ash, or is black ash going to persist in North America? And that's the question yet to be determined. In terms of what we can do about black ash, these activities collecting seed, it's a great idea, preserve the seed. You know, technology advances, scientists keep working, people keep thinking about ash borer and emerald ash borer and what can be done, and preserving some seed and preserving some genetic diversity for the long term, I think is real important. All of you that make baskets, harvesting good trees, I think that's critical. These are some folks, this is John Pidgeon, Kelly Church, and Renee Dillard from Michigan, all very much involved with basket making. For the most part, they're going to Wisconsin now to harvest their trees. I can't do much about that, but what I can talk to you about are insecticides and a little bit about biocontrol. You know, there was a lot of years where we had systemic insecticides, and that refers to insecticides that you apply typically at the base of the tree, and they're carried up the tree into the branches and into the leaves. And for a number of years, the products that were available, the injection technology, it just wasn't very good. And you could spend a lot of money and a lot of effort and still end up with dying trees. And that situation has changed hugely. And emerald ash borer should get a lot of the credit for that, rightly or wrongly. It's big money. You have landscape ash trees that people are willing to pay quite a bit to protect, and that has driven this industry. And now a lot of this injection technology is replacing cover sprays, you know, hosing down trees to protect them from other insect pests. These products, almost none of these were available when emerald ash borer was discovered, other than a little bit of imidacloprid. But emamectin benzoate, you're going to hear about that from me. You're going to probably hear about it from other people. This was a game changer, this triage product, because you can inject the trees and be confident you're going to get 3 years of emerald ash borer control. For those of you not familiar with emamectin benzoate, it's in the avermectin class of chemicals, and that's not a bad thing. These are considered reduced risk pesticides. Okay, if your dog has worms and you go to the vet and you get a pill from the vet to deworm your dog, chances are very good it's going to be an avermectin product, very similar to emamectin benzoate. If you like salmon and you go buy salmon that has been farmed, these same kinds of chemicals are used to kill the fish lice that get onto the salmon, which is just creepy, very, very creepy. But the point is, this is not incredibly toxic material. In fact, emerald ash borer is just notably vulnerable to this kind of chemistry. And the native insects that ash borer is related to, things like bronze birch borer, two-line chestnut borer, all in the same genus, also very vulnerable to emamectin benzoate. Ideally, you put it out there in the spring. That gives you a couple of weeks to control adult females as they emerge before they even start laying eggs. Again, 3 years, nearly 100% EAB control. And if you are treating a lot of trees in an area, the label that limits the amount of emamectin benzoate or any other pesticide that can be applied per acre per year does not pertain to trunk injected products. Pretty much all the states have agreed on that, which means you can go in and treat a bunch of trees and not have to come back and treat a few this year and a few next year and a few the following year. We've also looked at the drilling and injection process. This is a picture here. The triage, like you see here, will stain the sapwood. It turns it blue, but there's no damage. We've done all kinds of different ways to look at that. It's just a blue stain if you do it properly. If you get your plugs in there sideways, you're going to cause a problem for the tree. So you have to know what you're doing, you have to do it properly, but it works really well. This is data from a 6-year study. These are the untreated control trees, and this is the average number of larvae per square meter on these trees. And once you get up to about 80 to 100 larvae per square meter, that's it. That's all the trees can handle, and they will die. So these trees are already dying. These trees were treated with another product, Dinotefuran, once every 3 years. Doesn't work if you use it every year. It works pretty well. But what I want you to see is these are emamectin benzoate trees. These trees were treated once every 3 years over a 6-year time span. And in the 7th year, we cut them down and debarked them, and there's just no larvae. Okay, this product works really well for emerald ash borer. And this is perhaps the best way to look at it. This is an untreated control tree that was about, let's say 25 feet away from this tree that was injected with triage. We are not the only ones that did this kind of work. There's a number of other studies from other groups that have shown the same thing. Nobody wants to kill pollinators. That is not the idea. And imamectin benzoate is not really going to be a problem there. And you don't have to take my word for it. Reed Johnson at Ohio State works on pollinators and toxicology and has a nice webinar that you can look at. Ash trees are wind pollinated. There's a relatively short period of ash flower production early in the spring before you would be applying these products. So really not much of an impact on pollinators. And we have this bulletin. You're welcome to download it. Pros, cons, frequently asked questions, all that kind of stuff is in this bulletin that you can get off the EAB website. If you're going to use imamectin benzoate, you have some options. You know, again, if you have a valuable landscape tree, imamectin benzoate makes a lot of sense. You can treat trees once every 3 years. When the population of emerald ash borer is high, you probably want to treat your trees every 3 years. When you get past that point, when most of the trees that have not been treated are dead, the density of emerald ash borer in the area is dropping. It's down orders of magnitude, and you can get away with every 4 years. And I know that because I have 3 white ash trees in my own yard that I've been doing this with. So it's, you know, really nice for landscape trees. And then, you know, people have this idea that you can't do anything in a forest stand, that you're just going to watch the trees die and maybe plant some other species and stuff. And I don't think that that's right. You can use imamectin benzoate, and when insects feed on the leaves, and when the larvae are trying to feed on a treated tree, they're going to die. And that slows the overall growth of the population. The density doesn't increase as fast. And that means that you're slowing the rate of decline and mortality of the ash trees. It's a way of protecting seed sources, you know, especially with black ash. Little young trees are not going to produce seed until they've been alive for a while. You're going to, conserve some genetic diversity. If you treat some trees, few here in this stand, some in that stand, and you're going to retain a lot of those ecological services that John was pointing out, that are so important for other vegetation and other kinds of animals out there. We do need to talk about natural enemies and biological control a little bit. We have imamectin benzoate. What else can we bring in to bear on these black ash trees and protecting them from ash borer? I love woodpeckers. I am not ashamed to admit that. Woodpeckers are great. They're really good at finding ash borer. A number of infestations of EAB have been detected because people saw woodpecker holes on their ash trees. It's still far and away the most important source of mortality for emerald ash borer that we have. Typically, this is happening. They are preying on those big larvae that are overwintering. And somewhere around Thanksgiving time is when you'll see woodpeckers really start working the ash trees pretty hard. They'll keep working them all through winter. They'll get the holes and so forth. And then in the spring and the summer, the beetles are coming out as adults, and the woodpeckers are not really too concerned about them. And I don't know that woodpecker density actually increases, but during the winter, they have really good predators. The problem with woodpeckers is they're just not consistent. They will rip up a tree like this, rip all the bark off so they can get down to the larvae, and the tree right next to it will be just as full of larvae, and the woodpeckers won't pay any attention to it. So that's kind of an issue. A little bit of data here that Caleb Wilson got. He was a postdoc at Michigan State, worked with the Forest Service and myself for almost about a year and a half or so. He's now a professor at University of Kentucky. And there was 4 sites right around in here, central Michigan. These are post-invasion sites. Some young white ash that was recruits, and now they're up to that 4, 5, 6 inch size class. Again, mostly white ash, a few greens, even a couple of black ash. And he picked out pairs of trees. One was declining in bad shape. One was healthy, felled them, debarked them. You can see here during the fall and winter here, on average, about 45% of the larvae in the trees that were dying from emerald ash borer were predated by woodpeckers during the winter. In the healthy trees, there was still a few EAB larvae, and the woodpeckers got about 10% of them. So that's good. but these, these trees were already gonna be killed by ash borer. We have native larval parasitoids. Everybody know what a parasitoid is? Little wasp? Okay, great. So some of these native parasitoids that feed typically on native phloem boring insects or native wood borers, they learn as ash borer becomes established in a new area, they will start to look for their hosts in ash trees. And you can see, if you haven't seen one, this is an ash borer larva here, the big one. And this little wormy looking thing right here is the larva of this little parasitoid. Okay, that's called an ectoparasitoid because it's feeding on the outside of its host. This, Phasgonophora, which is a cool looking insect, it's got these big fat thighs like this. They're endoparasitoids, so they're harder to figure out because they would be feeding inside the body of the emerald ash borer, and you would have to rear them out and let them come out as adults to know if they're parasitoid, that larva was parasitoid. The problem with these natives is that they're used to going to trees that are dying and declining to find their hosts, and that's what typically happens with ash too. If the trees are real infested, dying on their way out, you tend to see pretty good larval parasitism. These are the non-native parasitoids that are being reared and released. This one you're not going to get in Maine. It doesn't tolerate winter very well. This seems to be a good one. Jianguan went to far eastern Russia, found this one, brought it in, they figured out at APHIS at the biocontrol lab how to rear it. Seems to be doing relatively well. Tetrasticus is a little tiny parasitoid, known to disperse well. They're finding it, they can recover it quite some distance from where it has been released. It's polyembryonic, which is kind of cool. The female will lay an egg, the egg subdivides and subdivides and subdivides, and you can get a whole bunch of adult parasitoids coming from one Tetrasticus egg. This is an egg parasitoid, Obius. It is tiny. You can see there's a finger, there's a little black speck on the finger, and that is Obius. Really hard to know how well it's working, real difficult to monitor, but they're all female, so that's kind of a plus. Will y'all cut me now?
One
Can you
minute.
advance me, please?
You betcha. Try it now.
There we go. Okay, so that same study I was telling you about that Caleb did, again, cut down paired trees, healthy and declining trees, parasitism was simply low in all of the trees. Somewhere between 10 and 15% of the larvae were parasitized. This native species, Phasgonophora, all these larvae were reared out, and it turned out this was the most abundant parasitoid, followed by this introduced Spathius. It's good. I don't want to say don't release parasitoids, but understand, I guess, manage your expectations. Parasitoids are helping, but they are not sufficient in and of themselves to prevent ash trees from declining and dying, even if you put them in with the native parasitoids and the woodpeckers and so forth. The good news is that those parasitoids, woodpeckers, biocontrol in general, and systemic insecticides like emamectin are absolutely compatible. In fact, they might even be synergistic. Woodpeckers will not prey on dead EAB larvae or dead larvae at all. The egg parasitoid is looking for eggs outside of the tissue where the insecticide is going to be. It's never going to come into contact with the insecticide. And the larval parasitoids are not going to lay their eggs into dead larvae. And in fact, there are reasons to think that if you have some trees treated with emamectin so that they don't have larvae in them, and you release parasitoids, you are actually facilitating the ability of the parasitoids to find infested trees and to successfully parasitize larvae in there, which kind of works out to be a synergistic type of thing. And so I guess I will end here. The tools we have can be used, and it can be used together. And yes, collect seed, and yes, release parasitoids, definitely harvest trees. You're going to have to use emamectin benzoate if you want to protect ash trees. If you want to save the black ash resource, there will need to be some trees that are treated, And you can do these, you can do them all in the same stands. There's ways to plan that out. Nate has been working on that for quite a while, Tyler, Les Benedict, other people. And this idea of using silviculture to even enhance the vigor of black ash and to facilitate regeneration and the growth of that regeneration. I think this is Nate and Alonzo, and maybe Tom over here. It's not hopeless. I mean, things can be done. And you folks, I hope you do it, because what Nate's gonna show you, he's gonna put the burden for saving black ash pretty much on your shoulder. So with that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Questions real quick for Deb? Anybody here? Yeah.
Have you compared different methods of stem injection, some are high pressure? I noticed you showed the bluing of, but that was in the heartwood, so I don't understand how do you tell what we're getting the heartwood in the first place?
So systemic insecticides they are transported by the tree in xylem tissue. Okay, so they're moving with water. That was one of the trees that we had in the 6-year study. It had been injected repeatedly over a 6-year period. And the trees, and that's why I kind of like that, not to plug them too much, but the ArborJet system, we were using plugs with that. And the trees were putting, by the end of the summer, they had put late wood over those injection wounds. The next year they put early wood and late wood on, and the trees basically recovered. And so you see that blue, it kind of diffuses into the sapwood, but it's just a stain. We did confocal laser microscopy and all bunches of things to look at the cells and make sure they were still intact, weren't getting any pathogens of decay, and that was the case. Unless you put them in sideways and did it badly. We only had a few of those, but that's a possibility. And we have looked at other methods. There are some that are high pressure, some of the older Wedgel, for example, where you're kind of pushing a lot of pressure into the tree, and you will actually see the bark push away from the tree, and that's not good. Yeah, you don't want that. So, yeah, we can talk more if you like. Yes, ma'am.
So I've heard some differing opinions on at what point you should be injecting. A lot of folks have said that you should wait to see signs of disease in the tree, but previous major defoliation, I think it's at 40%. What is your opinion on that? Are xanthan injections useful? Would they increase the production of VOCs and make them more attractive to the insects?
They won't do that. You won't be using a systemic insecticide won't increase attraction to the insects. It won't repel them, but it won't increase the attraction. I wouldn't do it if you didn't know that emerald ash borer was in the vicinity. If you're in a state or even in a county and you haven't detected emerald ash borer, get ready, get the equipment, maybe do some training, but I wouldn't start it at that point. The flip side of that is that the tree is transporting the material from the trunk of the tree up into the leaves. And if you wait too long and the galleries have compromised, have injured that vascular tissue, the tree won't be able to carry the material. And so if you start to see water sprouts, epicormic sprouts, if you see any kind of symptoms on the trunk, if the canopy is 60% or more transparent, it's not very many leaves, or there's more than 50% dieback, that tree's probably not going to be it's not likely to survive even if you inject it. So I would say, yeah, trees can recover. You'll see a little bit of canopy thinning. You'll see a little bit of dieback. Go ahead and treat those trees. Don't wait too long, but it's not cheap. You're gonna need to get started and be as efficient as you can with your resources, and that means somebody needs to be out there surveying and looking at those trees. Yeah, there's an art to it. It's not just a one size fits all. And I also want to say too, with black ash, one of the things that River pointed out is that because each larva is killing more tissue like that, you can go from a tree that's clearly infested and showing some signs of decline to a dead tree pretty quick, like 2 years. So when a black ash tree in particular is showing decline and ash borer is in there, get it treated. Okay?
Yeah, one more question?
Yeah, I just have a quick perspective to share. I remember
and Brown Ash Task Force, conference call about 15 years ago with tribal leaders. I don't know if you were on that, Richard, but, on this suggestion of introducing non-native parasitoids, the tribal leaders, I think there were like 24, were completely opposed to that. So I just wanted to share that cultural perspective, that they were not in support of introducing non-native species, a non-invasive species. So ecologically, I wondered what you thought about that, if you've heard that culture.
I very much have heard that, and I think, some of the tribes in Minnesota in particular stand by that, perspective. And I will tell you, I was kind of on that same boat, for a while. I think there has been quite a lot of work originally and since the first introductions, looking at potential non-target impacts. Spathis agrilli concerned me because it wasn't a specialist on emerald ash borer. It would, if you gave it a choice, it would pick emerald ash borer. But if you forced it to feed on a native phloem boring insect, poplar borer, for example, it would. The other species are pretty much specialists, and other people, I'm sure other people here that are biocontrol specialists can talk to this more. I have become convinced that it's doing no harm to release these non-native parasitoids. And I think that if you look at the potential risks and the potential benefits, it's hard to argue against releasing the parasitoids at this point. Spathis gallini seems to be specialized. The egg parasitoid, I don't know, it's so hard to track what they're doing. The Tetrastracus seems to be specialized. So while the last thing anybody wants is to screw up stuff more, and to spend a lot of money and a lot of effort to end up with another problem down the road. And the biocontrol releases started in 2007 in Michigan. And I think, that you can't really show that there has been non-target impacts. We still have bronze birch borer and two-line chestnut borer and poplar borer and all the native borers that are similar to emerald ash borer. So I think we're at the point where we can release them and not have to worry too much about that. Because if it was the other way around, I would definitely say so. But I would also point out this idea that biocontrol is the only thing that you can do or the only thing that you need to do. There are no examples in scientific literature of insects that feed beneath the bark whose populations are regulated by parasitoids or predators for that matter. That's a good lifestyle if you don't want to be preyed on by something. So with that, rather non-scientific observation, thank you.
Fantastic, yeah. We're gonna move on with the next talk. I'm gonna talk about some of the forecasting. Forecasting emerald ash borer impact on black ash ecosystems and also culture. And I want to point out really quick, this is some work that I had the privilege of doing with some subject matter experts like Deb and Tom Luther and Sue Crocker from the Forest Service, and also some indigenous knowledge keepers that provided some really valuable input and information. Les Benedict, Kelly Church, and John Banks. And it was really a great collaboration to have both Western science and indigenous knowledge kind of together to look at some of these impacts.
Is it working?
Not working.
We're having an issue. One moment.
It's such a captivating first slide. Second slide. But as we get that up, we'll move to the spread of emerald ash borer in the U.S. So Deb touched upon this. We found emerald ash borer in the U.S. in 2002 in Detroit, and we went in there at that point and did a bunch of tree ring analysis to figure out how long it had actually been there. And through that work, we were able to find that the emerald ash borer was killing trees in southeastern lower Michigan by like the mid 1990s. So 5 to 7 years before we actually detected emerald
So
ash borer
it's
for
not
the first time.
opening.
And let-
Your file isn't opening.
Sorry, Nate. It's the one called Black Ash Lost by EMP. If you expand the name column. So it's that first one.
This one?
Yep.
Yeah, nothing.
As we're figuring this out, I was talking with some people recently about, next time I go give a presentation, I want to show up with a slide carousel and be like, here's my presentation, and hand it to them, and have them be like, oh, no, we can't handle that.
See, when I open it,
That was back in the day when you'd have to worry about having your slide either reversed or upside down, and now we just have no slides. So, I don't know which is better.
Try closing PowerPoint. Oh, it's open. It looks like it's open. I saw that it was. There it is.
wait, he needs,
Back to the first slide.
hold on.
Advance it.
Can,
All right.
are you able to reverse and advance that?
Let's see. Nope, I can't reverse.
And that's the problem. I can't, there is no screen for it.
You can. You want,
I will, if you want to say next slide, I will advance it.
all right, so Emerald Ash Borer shows up in 2002. This is the yellow here is the range where it was in 2020. And we're only showing up to 2020 because Emerald Ash Borer was federally deregulated in January of 2021. And with that, the National EAB survey was discontinued. Many states still kind of monitor on their own, but it's not as consistent. So we thought we'd just stick with the consistent data that we have. That kind of black hashed area in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, or the Great Lakes states, that's of course the range of black ash. And you can see with the little star there is the epicenter of the EAB invasion in North America. And the inset is, yeah, pointer works, okay, that's good. So that is southeastern lower Michigan around Detroit, and you can see this is when we found it in 2002. That's where we found the earliest dead tree, but already through the tree ring analysis, we were finding EAB killed trees well beyond our initial quarantine area. Next.
We're trying.
All right, excellent.
It's not being shared.
So what we can see is that this is every 6 years. Emerald ash borer has expanded quite readily. It does kind of this biphasic radial expansion where it combines the stratified dispersal of short range movement, local movement, like through the flight of the adult insect, and its long range movement of people moving infested firewood, or early on before we knew about it, it was infested nursery stock, things like that. Next slide. So we've seen this, something similar with Deb, the susceptibility of green ash being highly vulnerable. And this is just an example here in the center. This is from a study that I've been following for several years now in New Hampshire, where we monitored, we found every single ash tree in a state forest. There was mostly white ash and black ash. And the black line here is black ash. This is just canopy conditions, so green up top.
Bear with me just a moment. We do need to share. There we go.
Green up top, healthy crowns. By the time you get down to the bottom, you've got dead crowns here would be like a rating of 5. And you can see this is only like 3 years into the invasion at this site where I started collecting data in 2017. And our black ash trees already on average had this moderate dieback and thinning of the crowns, whereas all the white ash there were still mostly looking healthy. And over the course of, 4 or 5 years, we have very few black ash left. Most of the average crowns are 4.7, 4.6 rating, so most of them are dead. But even the white ash has declined precipitously during that time. Next, please. All right, so Deb mentioned this. We oftentimes see black ash being killed at lower population densities. So here on the left, a big black ash tree, very few galleries on it, killed by emerald ash borer, whereas the green ash, similar size, a lot of galleries that took before that tree was killed. Next. So what we find is that oftentimes, unless you're working in the black ash swamp, people don't even recognize that EAB is in the area because most of the other ash trees still look pretty healthy. And it's not until you get into a pocket of black ash that not only do you find emerald ash borer, but by the time you get in there, a lot of these trees are dead standing trees already because they died so quickly. Next. So what we looked at was the unfortunate thing is emerald ash borer when it was found here in Michigan, it was pretty much in the longitudinal midpoint of the range of black ash. And mapping the spread of EAB from 2002, we've seen that we've had a steady increase of the area of the black ash range that's been occupied by EAB over time. So by 2020, already 60% of the range of black ash was impacted by EAB. Next. So there are 54 current tribal nations in the U.S. Within the range of black ash. This doesn't account for state recognized tribes or other widespread Native American culture. This is just the number of federally recognized tribal nations. Next, please. And if we look at the number of them that have been impacted over that same time, it's a little bit choppy depending on the spread of EAB, but we can see that by 2020, more than 70% of the tribal nations in the U.S. alone were already within areas that were impacted by emerald ash borer. Next. So what we know, both I mentioned this at the national level, EAB dynamics have the stratified dispersal where you kind of have this core infestation that's kind of doing this local spread and kind of spreading and get these outlier sites that are farther, probably moved by infested firewood, long distances away from this core area. And over time, the ones nearby start to coalesce and they go together. We know that stratified dispersal really increases the rate of spread for this and other invasive species. Next, please. And we see this also happen at regional scales. This is some work we've done in the Northeast, where in 2009, we had our first detection in Western New York. And I think this every 4 or 5 years here, we see the spread. And by 2021, when we completed when we stopped doing the national EAB survey, you can see a lot of this is coalesced. But my point here is that we're still on the kind of the leading edge of this EAB invasion. You saw some of the stuff from Deb showing our work in the Northeast, where we had some sites that we consider post-invasion, but there are a lot of pre-invasion sites or sites that are just getting hit by emerald ash borer now. Next. And then that same goes for the national scale. Next. So we looked at wanted to look at the spread of emerald ash borer and how quickly it was spreading over the geographic area since we found it in 2002. Next, please. So what we did is we kind of measured with GIS how much it moved each year in every direction. Next, please. And what we found was that on average, it moved about 50 kilometers per year over the last 20 years that we had data for, which is about 30 miles. That's not natural spread. That's a combination of natural spread and people moving infested firewood and things like that. But it's been fairly consistent. There's not much variability there. And a lot of the variability actually comes from large geographic areas like this incorporated lakes, the Great Lakes, regulatory differences by state. So some states went to full state quarantines right away. So some of that accounts for this variability as well. But overall, it's about 50 kilometers per year. And it actually didn't vary depending on which direction. So a lot of times maps have different map projections, and it looks like maybe it's moving one way faster than the other, but it's just the way we perceive and lay out maps oftentimes. So when you actually measure it, there's no difference in direction. Next, please. So what we can do is we can estimate from where we know emerald ash borer was in 2020, we have a fair estimation of how quickly emerald ash borer is going to continue to spread. So this was modeled that emerald ash borer spread within just the range of black ash here. By 2026, it's projected to be in most of the range of black ash, except for like Anacostia Island up here and parts of Newfoundland and have a little bit of black ash. And this was a very conservative approach that we took for this modeling. What we did is actually, we bumped it out every year 50 kilometers, but we didn't count a county or a municipality as being infested with emerald ash borer until it got to the center of that municipal area. So it had to get all the way to the center of a county before we considered emerald ash borer actually being there. Next, please. So if we take that information and we look at the range of black ash over being impacted over time, we can project out and show that, basically by about the next year or two, it's going to be across pretty much the entirety of the range of black ash. It moves that quickly. Next, please. And even if we take into account, if we say, all right, what if it moves more slowly in northern latitudes, or we get really creative and we start putting all this management and slowing it down. So half the spread, so only 15 kilometers or 15 miles per year. We still find that by 2030 or the early 2030s, we're still going to be at max coverage across the black ash range. Next, please. So the next thing we did was look at black ash loss. So we looked at the forest inventory and analysis data, and we found the pre-EAB numbers that we had for black ash. This is just trees per hectare. The dark areas have more trees than other areas. And then we looked at the post-EAB numbers, and this we used from 2019. That was the most current. FIA plots are visited kind of on a rotating basis. So this was our last full 2019 was our last full circuit to give us the latest data on the current. Next, please. And what we found was that emerald ash borer, once it's in a county for the first 4 years, regardless of where these FIA plots are and where emerald ash borer is actually found, this is a change in basal area. So positive means that those trees are continuing to grow. So if emerald ash borer shows up in your county, for the first 4 years, they're still putting on growth on average. By years 5 to 9 in that county, growth is starting to go down. They're not growing as much. You can see there's quite a bit of variability. That's because we don't know exactly where emerald ash borer showed up in relation to these FIA plots. But the important thing here is by 10 to 14 years after emerald ash borer has been detected in that area, we're seeing significant declines in the percent change of basal area. So this is about 60 to 70% decline And by years 15 plus, we're looking at more than 75% decline of basal area, which just means a lot of our black ash trees in those areas that have been infested with emerald ash borer are all dead. Next, please. So what we can do is we can combine the spread model with the impacts and look at, we can forecast what the basal area loss of black ash is over time. So this is already next year, and this really dark red shows that we're going to have basal area losses on average that are greater than 95% mortality in a lot of this area. Whereas, you know, we have emerald ash borer here in the Northeast, but it hasn't been here as many years, so we're not seeing significant basal area losses yet. Next. 5 years from now, though, we're seeing a continued expansion as emerald ash borer has been established in these sites much longer. Next. And then by 2035, things are looking really dire. Next, please. So a lot of people don't really have a good sense of what 95% mortality is in the stand. So I wanted to show an image. This is a picture from one of the sites we work at in New York with the St. Regis Mohawk tribe. And nearly every stem in here is a black ash. Next, please. And 95% mortality would be if we've lost pretty much all the overstory trees. These are 11 to 17 inch trees. There aren't usually very many of those in the stand. A lot of the 6 to 10 inchers, those would all be dead if they're orange here. And even our smallest size class, the 1 to 5 inches that Deb mentioned, you know, we're finding a small percentage of those will still be alive. And that is what 95% loss of basal area means. Most of your trees are going to be dead except for a few small ones. Next, please. And this is back to the study that I was talking about in New Hampshire, where we followed all these trees over the last 7 or 8 years. And this is basal area loss over time. So this is similar to the canopy decline, but basal area losses. So this was about a 3-year-old infestation before I started. And in just a few years, we had more than 95% basal area losses in the state forest. And to show you the real inventory data, it's over here on the right. This blue is all that's left. It's in the smallest size class. We had, I just finished looking at these trees in August. We had 8 trees still alive in this study that were black ash. The average diameter was a little over 2.5 inches in diameter. There was one healthy, and they're alive, they're not all thriving. There was one with a healthy crown, 6 that had light to moderate dieback already, and 1 with heavy dieback. Next, please. So this is one that looks pretty good. Next. But you can see this is the base of that tree. This is a big EAB wound. As Deb mentioned, the wound kind of creates a large circumference of this tree. So the tree is looking pretty good still, but it's definitely compromised. Next. So if you go back to our tribal nations, and we had 70% that were impacted by 2020, we can look at the orange line is the number that is projected with the 50 kilometers per year, which is basically in the next year or two, all tribal nations in the U.S. are going to be impacted by emerald ash borer. And even with the reduced rate of 15 miles per year, before 2030, all of the tribal nations in the U.S. are going to be within the range of EAB. Next, please. But tribal nations, the number of tribal nations impacted won't tell us so much. We also looked at census data because a lot of Native Americans that value black ash as a resource don't necessarily live on tribal lands. So we looked and measured these green bars are the number of Native Americans residing in areas with EAB, just within the range of black ash over time. And you can see that by 2020, we had more than 90% of the Native Americans were already living in areas with that were being impacted by by EAB. And just by 2024, 2025, here in the next couple of years, that's going to be really close to 100% of people. Next. And if we look at the loss of basal area, we can say that by 2035, more than 75% of the black ash basal area is going to be lost across nearly 90% of the range of black ash in both the US and Canada. And that's going to impact more than 747,000 Native Americans, or 98% in the US alone. I didn't get the census data for Canada. And in less than 25 years, that not more than 95% mortality, that really big, ugly red blob that I showed earlier, is going to be lost across nearly 100% of its range in the US and Canada, impacting nearly all tribal nations and First Nations people that value black ash as a cultural keystone species. Next, please. So I've been accused before of being the bearer of bad news, and I want to kind of build off of something Deb said about there, I think, are some signs of hope. Next, please. And one of them is that, much like today and having all these people under one roof that are interested in black ash, we've seen the strengthening of partnerships and communications. A lot of people here are in this room. There's a lot of examples of people actually caring and starting to work together to make some progress toward black ash. Next. With increased awareness, we're seeing actually improved access on both private and public lands for accessing basket trees that are not on tribal lands. So that's positive. Next, please. We're seeing renewed seed collection. We're going to hear more about that later, I think today and tomorrow. Next. There's also more of an effort to salvage basket tree materials while we still can, before we lose those overstory trees. And we're starting to look at ways to preserve those basket logs so we don't have to have them pounded right away. Next. And there's all this continued methods development and evaluation. You saw Deb talking a lot about ongoing research. A lot of the university people that are here are doing a lot of great research. We're continuing to evaluate management tools now in black ash stands quite a bit. We're using some of those insecticides that Deb mentioned to select seed trees to save. We don't want to end up having just a dead overstory, nothing producing seed, have an orphan cohort of seedlings in the understory. We want to be able to have seeds raining down in black ash habitats as long as possible. There's also quite a bit of work happening with genetic diversity and conservation. Prior to EAB, there wasn't much known about black ash genetics, and we're doing a lot of work now with researchers to get a better handle on that. And we're doing things like this log preservation that I mentioned, so that we don't lose basket quality logs that are out there to emerald ash borer, and we can't use them. Next. So with that, I know that was wasn't too late considering technical difficulties, but if there are any quick questions, I'll answer one or two of them, and then we can have a break, and you can catch me later if you want to talk more.
Thanks, Andy.
Mary Knockwood, who's the director of the Indigenous Seed Collection Program in Canada. And she asked, does size or age of a black ash play a factor in the survival of an emerald ash borer attack? Or is that specific to the type of ash?
No, I mean, we see emerald ash borer killing stems down to 1 inch in diameter. Initially, though, they'll knock out those larger diameter trees first and kind of work their way down into that smaller size class. That's why you saw in that inventory data, we lose all those 11-inch diameter trees or bigger. We lose all the 6-inch and bigger, and then we're starting to lose those, the largest of those 1 to 5 inch trees. So they prefer the large ones initially, but the other ones are not safe. Any other questions? Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the difference between your predicted basal area losses and the 2026 modeling that showed like all of Maine infested. And what I heard from Deb earlier was that black ash can die really quickly. So I'm just trying to understand, like, it made it sound like, we had until 2030 on the one hand, where we still would have 25% basal area. But then it seems like maybe not. Can you speak a little bit to the urgency? Like, how much time do we really have?
Yeah, that's a good question, because what I was showing was, it's rejected over a county level. So you could say like, you're gonna have less than 25% basal area losses in Aroostook County. But individual stands, if the emerald ash borer is there early, are gonna get wiped out in short order. So on average, over the whole county, it ends up being less. I'm gonna talk more about that after the break, about some stand level losses, and it might help too.
One more question, any more questions?
Quick ones. What about Canada? Is the ash, the beetle as prevalent there yet?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of our Canadian colleagues here in the room that can answer that, but we certainly have found lots of emerald ash borer in Canada, and even in the northern parts of the U.S. Deb mentioned how it's still thriving in parts of like northern Minnesota, and where we've looked at it in pretty cold places up near Akwesasne and the northern tip of Maine. Population dynamics are still going pretty strong. And if anything, it might slow it down just slightly because it's a reduced growing season, but it's not killing those insects at all. Great, thank you.
We're gonna take a break in just a few seconds, but I do want to acknowledge our speakers today. And as gifts, we have an assortment of baskets that you can choose which one you want. One is more of a utility type basket that you saw my grandparents making. This one's from Eldon Hanning, who is a longtime Brown Ash Task Force member. See him at the winter market if you're back here during this December. You're giving a demonstration. And there's also an assortment of fancy baskets on the table. So Deb, thank you for coming and presenting this morning. You're a real pioneer in the research that you've done for decades. And Nate, please pick a basket up over here at the table, your choice. So we'll break in the atrium area. There's snacks. Over in the next room are the poster tables. If you want to wander around, stretch your legs, you can go visit some of the posters. And we'll come back at 10:30 as scheduled, okay? All right, thanks.
Got a remote out in my car that might work.
It's not,
You wanna try it?
it's not
that.
no.
Okay.
Turn it on, slide it upward.
Slide.
You're fine.
Oh,
It's live.
Sweet, thank you.
Thanks. Every time I've opened a PowerPoint, I've always been able to get the presenter slide.
Yeah, so those are PowerPoint shows. So I actually have, that's probably what's screwing everything up.
Okay.
I've got just a regular PowerPoint on this. If you want to delete that,
I would
and
love to put
let's try that.
the regular PowerPoints on there. Sorry about
Yeah, sorry.
earlier. I never came across that problem before, but
You know, me either, but you know, like technology changes, but some things never do, right?
let's see.
So yeah, maybe expand that out. We'll see which one's which. Yeah, so the black ash dynamics, that top one. Yeah, there we go. Yep. That's what I'm going to talk about after the break.
So this is the one I can get rid of.
Yep.
That was D.
Thanks for advancing the slides and stuff. That actually worked pretty well considering.
I don't
much
like
cluster that was.
snafus. I don't like it at all, and I want to make sure your next one goes perfectly. Yeah. I thought D came.
Or maybe you have to back out and back in.
I don't want time yesterday. I just want game. All right. Well, yours are quite different.
Like what? It's like
There we go.
sorted by the.
All right. Let's get rid of your
Yeah.
C. Check that. That way I can put in this, which
Yeah.
controls your clicker,
All right.
and
do we wanna,
we should be back to normal.
all right. Do we want to just run through a couple slides real quick?
Yeah. Okay, let me.
Excellent. Thank you.
No problem. Hello? No, I don't need it.
But you also identify the exact condition of master short of brain virus and the seasoning of cancer and the top which are this and they I don't know what we want to be also because it's one that is very big, it can go different directions.
So if you want to get up there, you're right on it.
Let me just,
And we've got people on the webinar ready to go.
yes, they can hear you now. I've had the mic off, but now it's on.
Okay, we're about ready to get started again. We're gonna try to stay as close to the time as we have in our agenda, just for the people that are part of the webinar, so that they can be ready. So we're gonna continue. And Nate Seegert is gonna come back up to the podium. He's gonna do a short presentation before the panelists later this morning. So Nate, you wanna come on up? Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, John. And I think we've worked out the slideshow, so you don't have to just like stare at the first one for a while. So as John said, we're gonna have a panel in a few minutes, to talk about some black ash silviculture. I just wanted to kind of set the stage for it by talking about what we see with black ash dynamics in aftermath forests. It's kind of the baseline and see if we can make improvements from there.
We
And maybe I wear something for slow.
try it now.
There we go. All right. So you saw this slide before, so I just want to reiterate that we have this scenario that in only a few years, once black ash is infested, we start seeing rapid mortality of these overstory trees for the reasons that you heard from Deb earlier and myself. You know, the fact that these trees are more attractive to emerald ash borer. It doesn't take as many larvae to kill an black ash tree, and then they actually don't stay in the environment very long, as you can see from this stump that has old EAV galleries over here. But I wanted to point out some other work that we had done. This is some work that we did back in Michigan in the kind of the mid 2010s, closer to 2018, right before COVID. And this was a big black ash and green ash kind of mixed stand. It was a floodplain area. And what we did is we broke it up into like 50 by 50 meter cells. We did a bunch of measurements in every one of these cells to look at pre-EAV numbers, ash numbers, and post-EAV numbers. And one of the things we did is we went toward 3 overstory ash trees in each one of these grid cells across its whole area. So what we were able to do is then use tree ring analysis to age when those trees died. They were all standing dead when we were right in there. This was a stand that had been infested for over a decade. So it was mostly a bunch of dead standing hazard trees in this spot. And what you can see is that in our overstory trees, this is all black ash, and that our first trees that we found dying from emerald ash borer were just a couple of them in 2005. We know the stand had been infested by about 2003, maybe as early as 2002. So it was only a couple of years, and we started finding a couple that were killed by emerald ash borer in 2005. And you can see that it only took a period of, 4 to 5 years for all those overstory black ash trees to be killed by emerald ash borer. So it went from you can't even see that emerald ash borer is there to, oh, we've got a couple of dead standing trees, to a couple of years later, we've got more than 80 and then quickly 100% overstory mortality of those black ash trees. And you compare that to the green ash that were on the site, which are our little green bars here. You can see that early on we started losing some of these green ash trees, but it was slower. And it actually took a couple more years of that EAB invasion, before we had 100% mortality or near 100% mortality of those green ash stems. One of the things we looked at was stump sprouts. So we know that a lot of ash is a bigger stump sprouter. In our green ash trees, we find that about 25 to 30% of our overstory killed ash trees will have surviving stump sprouts after 10 or more years after EAB invasion. But we don't see that in black ash at all. So we see evidence that they have sprouted, but we couldn't find a single surviving stump sprout in black ash. So it's like they have this last gasp to try to push out shoots, but they don't survive very long. Well, one of the things we looked at was surviving understory. And I would be one of the first people to say that black ash is resilient, not in the terms of resilient against emerald ash borer, but in terms of stand dynamics. A lot of these sites had, even though you can see lots of overstory coarse woody debris from EAB killed trees, we would find all these beautiful little black ash stems. And this is kind of that orphan cohort of black ash generation that I mentioned. The issue in this stand, of course, is typical of a stand where you don't do any kind of management. All the overstory seed producing trees have been killed, and the seed bank doesn't last very long, so there are no freshly germinating seedlings under this. So you only have a kind of a narrow range of these seedlings and some small saplings that have survived that emerald ash borer invasion. And this is some data from that study showing some saplings and seedlings. And you can see that black ash, remember this was a green and black ash kind of site. But in the top 5, black ash ended up in the top 5 saplings as well as seedlings. And if you look at the percentage of plots that it was present in, so you can see it was 45%, almost 46% of the plots had black ash saplings, and 50% red on the nose had a bunch of black ash seedlings. So what that means is that it's resilient, but it's kind of spotty. Like some areas are going to really thrive and they're going to survive, and others are going to run into issues and not be able to be quite as resilient. So some of those spots where it was doing well, it was doing really well. Like pretty much every broadleaf in this image is a black ash seedling. Here's another example of just a ton of black ash growing in this one particular cell. I think this was a midpoint of that cell. But that generation, that ash regeneration faces a lot of challenges. You know, one I mentioned kind of is this loss of an ash seed source. You've already heard us mention the value of collecting ash seed to conserve genetics and to have a seed source. We've also talked about injecting mature overstory trees to save as seed trees, so we have fresh seed raining down in these black ash habitat. So that's very important, because that loss of the seed source is so important. And another one is that we oftentimes see these changes in hydrology. This is gonna vary a little bit from site to site, but some sites are gonna swamp out a little bit when you lose that overstory. And we're seeing a shift in some cases where you had like a forested deciduous wetland of black ash. You lose all those overstory trees and you just get cattails coming in afterwards. So that's an issue. Another challenge is, of course, the establishment of invasive plants. We see this, it varies from, region to region, but a lot of times we get a lot of invasives in there. Deb mentioned the issue with proliferation of sedges that are limit seedling regeneration. We're certainly seeing that with a lot of invasive plants. And then there are herbivory impacts. Some of these sites have a lot of deer browse. And, I've been in some, this is just an image that shows past year browse, current year browse. We've got seedlings and saplings that are maybe less than a meter tall that I don't know will break beyond the browse line in a lot of cases. They're just gonna sit there and get munched on continually unless we do something to change that. And then, of course, we have the fact that there's an endemic EAB population that persists. There's always enough ash hanging around that we don't ever lose emerald ash borer. So as soon as these trees start they get released, you know, the canopy opens up, they get released, they survive the first wave of EAB, and then they start to put on a little bit of size because they're in the sunshine and they're growing really well, and emerald ash borer is still around and can nail them. And so this is an example of like, this is maybe a 1 1.25 inch diameter stem. And a single larvae is going to have a much greater impact on a stem like that than if you're talking about a 15-inch diameter tree. So the positive thing is that we also see those woodpeckers that Deb mentioned will go after EAB that are even in some of these small stems. So, you know, I think as we move toward, you know, efforts to preserve black ash, things that we mentioned before, like salvaging basket materials, saving select seed trees, locating optimal habitats, seed collection. One of the things that we've started doing recently is exploring the role of silviculture, and that's kind of leading us up to this panel that's gonna speak next. And really, there are a couple things I just wanted to point out. One is that silviculture alone is not going to save any of the overstory ash trees from EAB infestation and subsequent mortality. Okay, so we're not increasing the vigor to save them from emerald ash borer. But it is possible to integrate with other EAB management tools, such as some of the insecticide injections or the biocontrol agent releases that you heard about earlier, and you're going to hear about more this afternoon. And the goal really is to prepare the site, you know, to promote an advanced ash regeneration. We want, ideally, we would take some of those seed trees that are protected by insecticides. We would cut around them, kind of prep the site so it's really conducive for seed to fall down and become established. And what we want to have is more of a hierarchy of age classes in that advanced regeneration rather than relying on just the orphan cohort, which is in one kind of age class. So that's kind of the goal. This is just another image of a site that is pre-treatment, but you can see like pretty much all these little green leaves here are black ash waiting to be released. So, you know, that gives us some hope. So up next, we're going to have the panel on black ash silviculture. Tony D'Amato is going to speak kind of broadly about some black ash silviculture. And then Angela Johnson and Tyler Everett are going to follow up Tony with more of a tribal perspective. Angela's going to speak about his experience and how that's kind of led toward more of an operational kind of application of silviculture with the St. Reed's Mohawk tribe. And Tyler's going to talk about some of his graduate work where he's done some experimental manipulations as well. We set him up. So with that, let's welcome Tony.
Thanks, Dave. Running slides up here, but we're really honored to be part of the program. Unfortunately, for all of you once twice, but I really do appreciate the chance to be here. As many of you know, I was really fortunate to go here for school. Got my diploma on that football field, I think 24 years ago in forest resources, and left here at that time calling it brown ash. I apologize, I use black ash now after spending a lot of time in Minnesota looking at the species. But also left here at a time where, you know, there was only one name on the buildings. We certainly learned the tradition of basketry, but really didn't center any of the knowledge that the tribes held in terms of the stewardship of that tree and of those ecosystems. And so I really just overwhelmed to be here as part of this group and really centering that knowledge and thinking about how we can really work together to steward brown ash or black ash into the future. So as they're pulling up the slides, as I mentioned, I really was working primarily in Minnesota when emerald ash borer first kind of came on the scene in terms of my consciousness of thinking about black ash forests. And so I'm going to show just kind of what the knowledge base is from a Western perspective in terms of the silviculture of black ash. As Deb mentioned, traditionally this has been ignored as a species just because of it not having high commercial value, whether it be for pulp and paper production, or even if you can get a veneer log out of a stand, it's not predictable as to where that might exist. And so there's just been a long history of walking around those stands if you're looking at it from a traditional forest product standpoint in terms of utilization. So I might be ad-libbing the whole thing without slides, but that's
What
okay.
is he looking for? What's
The
the
blackboard I
one
can
that
draw
is labeled
on.
B in
So,
the folder.
if you do know much about the history of silviculture research, you can fill whole floors of libraries with northern hardwood silviculture and spruce fir silviculture and white pine silviculture. And there's really not a lot known about black ash. And it wasn't, you can advance the slide. It wasn't until, or get rid of the
One
slides.
moment.
It wasn't until,
We have to share it with Zoom first.
It wasn't until 1987 that Gus Erdman, who was a forest scientist with the Forest Service working in Wisconsin, recognized, as Deb pointed out, there was a lot of black ash forest in that region, and there wasn't much for guidance on how to actually manage those forests. And so Erdman published the first handbook on black ash management from a Western standpoint in 1987.
Okay.
Am I safe? All right. Maybe.
I don't think the slides.
All right. And there are two kind of key takeaways. Those of you that really have trouble sleeping and looking for a resource and read this, two takeaways from this guide on black ash silviculture. And one is, as Deb again mentioned, you probably don't want to clear cut these forests. There's a tight relationship between black ash and the hydrology in a lot of these sites. And so what Erdman was observing is that removing that black ash all at once resulted in that water table bounce and often a loss of that forest site to non-forest vegetation. So clearly something that we don't want to occur. Then the second piece I think is really important, and it builds upon what Nate just mentioned, is that often when we're in these areas where there is black ash, we often see fairly uniform sizes or not a huge range of sizes. But if you actually take increment cores out of those trees, there's often a huge range of tree ages in that forest. It really speaks to how black ash survives and persists across these ecosystems. So when we think about managing and doing anything from a silvicultural standpoint, often the first place we want to look to is what do we know about the natural dynamics and ecology of those forests? And so again, a lot of this work came from the Lake States, and actually this picture I saw from the list of tribal partners. This is from the land, Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe are on this webinar, and this is from their ancestral lands in north central Minnesota. This is an old growth black ash forest. And so working with Sean Fravor here at the University of Maine, we did a lot of work taking increment cores from these forests to see what the age structure of these ecosystems are. Again, this is pre-AAB. This is what these forests would operate like under a natural disturbance dynamic. And so this is just the age over time that trees established in this forest. And so we have some black ash that are over 300 years old, and many black ash really across a whole range of ages, really speaking to that ability of that tree species to keep recruiting and persisting in these forests prior to emerald ash borer. And so from a silvicultural standpoint, to Nate's point, if we want to be building up advanced generation of the species, we need to be taking advantage of aspects of the ecology of that species in these forests. And in particular, black ash, prior to emerald ash borer, if we just looked at its regeneration niche and how it operates in the forest, it very much is a resilient survivor. The species that can have seed dormancy up to 6 years, so it has the ability to actually persist on the site and wait for favorable periods of moisture to germinate. And then what's pretty amazing, many in this room have harvested many more ash than me to look at their rings for other purposes. But sometimes when you harvest small black ash and look at their rings, there are some individuals that can persist 50 to 70 years in shade. So that's an amazing ability to really sit and wait. And what this graph on the right is showing is just a radial increment of a black ash tree that for over 50 years was in the understory. And then after an elm tree died of Dutch elm disease, really released and grew into the overstory. And so that ability to be persistent on the site and grow. And so again, we're trying to build up many cohorts of ash, taking advantage of that and trying to avoid large openings. So if you look at the recommended regeneration methods of silvicultural systems for black ash, it really does highlight that ecology, that it's a species that actually can regenerate in shade. And it's a species that if we create large openings, in some cases we might lose the site to swamping, which then means that black ash won't be able to grow well in that area. And so these are some of the general recommendations, both from long-term silvicultural trials in black ash forests, as well as some work we've done where we've been trying to evaluate ways to both recruit ash as well as non-ash species in the wake of other ash borer impact. And so generally, the most effective ways, and I'll show some data in a moment briefly on this, using group selection, but not getting too large with those openings. Again, folks have found when you get above a 1/3 acre, even a 1/2 acre on wet sites, that can be too much loss of canopy and that water table will bounce. So really trying to keep things away from this condition here on the far right. And then there's also been some success with shelterwood approaches, even though, uneven age management approaches. And again, I agree with Nate's thought on this. We want to have multiple cohorts out there. In areas where we have large basins of black ash, this is mostly work from Wisconsin, as well as some parts of Minnesota. They did have success using shelterwood, so if those want to use those methods as well, but maintaining 50 to 60% canopy cover. So again, keeping that mature ash out there, pumping water, and providing that seed source that's so critical. A lot of this work, has been done primarily to try to diversify these forests, because again, at the time they were thinking about ways to recruit other species besides black ash. But obviously, today, and we'll be talking more about this throughout the day, we want to be trying to recruit black ash wherever we can. So what I'm showing here is just a couple of silvicultural trials, both in Minnesota and in Wisconsin. And the one on the left is from a study where we had areas that were clear cut, where they cut all the black ash, areas where they actually girdled all the black ash. This is, again, in that area that was pointing to where EAB wasn't present. Now it is, unfortunately. And then areas where they were doing group selection. So up to 20% of the stand in openings, 1/10 of an acre in size. And this is just showing the seedling regeneration. So on both the clear cut and the group selection, you get a fair amount of black ash seedlings. As Nate mentioned, what you can see with the girdle, these trees have died, and so they're no longer producing ash seeds. We're not getting those seedlings anymore. Then the water table is coming up, and so they're not surviving as well. So we're kind of losing that cohort from the site. On the right, just moving over into Wisconsin, now looking at saplings, a little bit different story. And so when we want these trees to go from seedlings to saplings, on these clear cut stands, ultimately it's just too wet for a lot of ash survival on those sites. So it really seems to be the selection and the shelterwood methods, again, seem most effective. And if we're trying to build resilience to EAB, these are also methods that are recruiting other species. And so we have kind of a mix of trees in those forests. So last comment on kind of what we've learned. So those that did read Gus Erdman's guide, there is a stocking chart in there for black ash. And this is the stocking chart. Those that are familiar with looking at these. And what I've highlighted here, this is kind of the recommended zone to thin black ash forests down to basically 80 to 90% canopy cover. So that corresponds to about 85 to 100 square feet per acre. And what's interesting, so from the work where we were coring all those trees for age, we also can look at just radial increment. And so the other day I was looking at which of those trees actually met what, at least I learned from Mike Benedict, is a desirable ring width over a 20-year period for making baskets, so 2 to 3 millimeters on average over that time period. And what at least I found is those trees that actually meet this threshold are kind of growing in this condition, right, in terms of canopy stocking. So if we're thinking about thinning those trees to increase their vigor, there's also potential benefit in terms of what that might produce for basket quality trees, although I recognize there's differences of preference in terms of ring width for basket quality. So last comment, and this builds on what Nate said, if we're going to use multi-age methods, if we're going to think about trying to do integrated pest management, so diversity of size classes, young trees, big trees, small trees, it does create a condition that really enhances the effectiveness of those tools that Deb was talking about earlier this morning. Many of those parasitoids don't have an ovipositor that's long enough to get into large diameter trees. They're very effective on small diameter trees. And so having those young age classes for some of those organisms to protect. Some other controls can get into trees up to 15 inches in diameter. Then, of course, we also want to be doing insecticide treatments on mature trees. And so having that mix of conditions across the site created by silviculture, as Nate mentioned, really creates that. And this is a photo here from Les Benedict on the right there. And so, you know, when we are talking about regenerating that species, is how do we set up that basically that template for an application of these methods to keep that surviving at the site. So I feel fortunate to be a part of the panel with some great forest stewards that'll be talking a bit more of what's happening here. And we were discussing this before the panel, you know, so much what we know is very much a Lake States perspective on the silviculture of black ash. And so it's great to be learning today about how folks are approaching this in Maine and across the region. Well, thank you.
So the format's gonna be, we're gonna let the other speakers have a few minutes to talk, you know, give their perspective, and then hopefully we'll have 15 to 20 minutes for open discussion with the panel. So you either ask any question now, or you can think of one.
I have a quick one about when you saw, I think if I saw correctly, it was in the site where the black ash was harvested in large amounts, and then there was other species that came up when it was flooded. What other species did well in the flooding?
Yeah, so in those sites, believe it or not, box elder is coming into some of those areas. There's balsam poplar, so those tend to be the primary species that are coming in on that stand.
When you're looking at these range of different black ash streams, you mentioned one that was like old growth, green video, green, and some that have. How do you think, what is a good approach to prioritizing the site to do some of these more integrated?
Yeah, that's a great question. So to just repeat the question, it was, you know, asking about like, how do we prioritize sites, you know, for doing this more integrated approach? And to be honest, just given the, you know, significance of that tree species it's important to me, but even more deeply important to others in the room. I guess the first would be to ask, what are the sites people feel comfortable with stewing things on? I think one of the challenges is that we have mature ash out there. We'll talk more about this later today. And so there's this notion it's going to be there forever. And it's hard to say, well, I'm going to cut some of these ash to save the ash. And so I think part of that is just, I think, getting the community to discuss what makes the most sense. But similar to some of the work that's been done with insecticides, you know, making sure you have vigorous trees that could actually respond to those treatments, as well as, you know, Nate mentioned some of the challenges with invasives and herbivory. And so some sites, you're going to be facing even greater barriers to regeneration. And so those areas where either you have the will to be fighting those, or there's maybe less of a concern there. But I think I would start with just where are those places folks feel comfortable with this type of intervention, and then prioritizing like more vigorous, stands are still vigorous and for lack of a better term, still functioning without a heavy invasive component in them.
Great, thanks, Tony. So next up for the panel is Angela Johnson, who works with the Environment Division with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe. So welcome, Angela.
Pointer with the clicker. Oh.
Hey everybody, glad to see you all here. My name is Angelo Johnson. I'm with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, my name is Angelo Johnson. I'm with the St. Regis Mohawk Tribe. I'm the land resource technician for the land resource program in the Environment Division. And you know, a lot of our work over the last few years has really been focused on the EAB mitigation and you know, going forward and trying to tackle this problem as effectively as possible. I just want to describe, you know, the timeline, the progression of our efforts over the last few years there in Akwesasne, upstate New York. You can see in the map here, Akwesasne is very close to the United States-Canadian border, and we do have an international seaway that comes through here. And the spread of EAB primarily comes through these corridors of, the shipping channel and, here along the auto routes. You can see it's spreading from the west and the north coming down through the area. So this map was actually generated from, our efforts in 2018. We did a delimitation survey. We were kind of short-staffed, and I was you know, one of the only guys out there, establishing sentinel trees, girdling trees. And, you know, our first detection in Akwesasne, our first hit was in 2016. We found an emerald ash borer on a purple sticky trap. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but the prism trap there. And, you know, since we detected the emerald ash borer, we kind of revved up our forest pest detection surveys and included the green funnel trap, the green funnel traps to catch and detect the EABs. And, you know, once we knew it was really present, you know, like I had mentioned, we conducted a delimitation survey. And so what we did was we overlaid a grid over the territory of Akwesasne, and we kind of divided it into these quarter-mile square grids. And for the delimitation survey, I went around and I girdled a little over 200 trees across the territory. And, you know, in springtime, I went out, took the bark off the base of the trees. What that did was, you know, kind of stretch the trees out to release those pheromones that attracted the emerald ash borer. And as many of you know, the emerald ash borer will go after those susceptible trees first. So with that grid pattern, you know, establishing one tree in each one of those grid plots, the EAB would fly over the healthy trees and infest that sink tree, that sentinel tree. And, you know, we let those sit all summer into the fall. And then when winter came around, we went through and we harvested all of the 200 plus ash trees, you know, various ash trees, black ash, green ash, white ash. And, you know, we took our time, a lot of help with, from Nate Seagrid, US Forest Service. We took bolts off of the trees, we peeled them back and, you know, counted the larvae at their different stages. And, that data, you know, they really crunched the numbers and was able to generate this heat map, which was, you know, really pivotal for our advancement in the EAB mitigation strategies that we implement today. So, you know, we went through and with this data, you know, we were able to qualify for parasitoid release. You know, there's a very small window, you know, for parasitoid release. You know, we have to have an emerald ash borer population that can sustain the parasitoid releases. You know, these are types of things we need before we can actually implement those types of releases. And, you know, the stands, the sites, they can't be too far gone, you know, whereas our efforts are, you know, not fruitious. But, you know, we detected it early on and, you know, really put our efforts forward. And now we're doing a lot of silviculture work out in the state forests. You know, we went through and we identified a bunch of really healthy, promising black ash stands, a lot of nice seed trees, a lot of basket quality trees, along with, you know, we're seeing a lot of regeneration there. And, you know, as the previous presenters had mentioned, you know, just one approach isn't quite enough. We've been very fortunate to have a multi-pronged approach. We do the parasitoid releases. We're also doing the silvicultural cuttings to open up the stands more. We're doing seed collections. We're trying to collect seeds from as many different stands as possible, you know, to kind of preserve that genetic diversity. Along with, you know, we're doing the emamectin benzoate injections with the triage solutions there. We're using the ARPJET system. If anyone is interested, it's fantastic. I really like it. Very effective. And, you know, we're also harvesting these black ash, brown ash, basket quality trees, you know, to help kind of preserve the material for future generations. We go through and, you know, we'll harvest the trees and then we kind of distribute them throughout the community. And, you know, we'll have workshops to pound logs to get the splints off. And, you know, we donate those to, we have a community, cultural center library. They're kind of stockpiling the splints for us. And, you know, it's just really neat to see, everyone really come together, kind of put our minds together and, you know, try and preserve these species as long as possible. It's very disheartening, you know, it's very sad for me to see black ash, you know, disappear on the landscape. Myself, I got into basket making in my teens, and I started pounding logs for my uncles and, you know, my grandparents. And, you know, from there, I just fell in love with the craft and really took it to heart. And then as soon as I heard about the emerald ash borer coming through, you know, it just broke my heart. I was so disheartened, but you know, I jumped right into the environment division. Been there for a good 10 years now, and you know, the advancements we've made with EAP mitigation, it really gives me hope for the future. And you know, I'm really honored to be here today, and I appreciate everyone's efforts and, you know, the time you put in to help preserve these. You know, the cultural aspect of these trees just go far beyond, you know, what you see on the surface. You know, it's not only a culturally relevant material, but you know, when we're teaching the younger generations how to process these logs, how to, you know, go into the woods and find these spots that are suitable for these types of habitats. You know, there's a lot of traditional ecological knowledge that gets passed on, you know, and you know, that one-on-one time with the next generation of future basket makers. You know, it's really an amazing thing to see and to instill those types of, you know, that sense of respect and, you know, just to be able to cherish these natural resources is just so above and beyond, you know, whatever I could have ever hoped for and imagined. You know, the strategies like these, drilling all these trees and checking them for parasitoids, it's a lot of boots on the ground effort. You know, you have to have a plan in place. You have to be ready to pounce, you know, when the iron's hot, be ready to strike when the iron's hot. Careful planning, you know, really goes a long way. I want to do shout out to Les Benedict. You know, he really paved the way for a lot of our EAB and black ash efforts. You know, and Nate Seeger, such great cooperation with U.S. Forest Service and New York State DEC. You know, USDA, just all these agencies really came together and, you know, helped us progress with these efforts. And, you know, to any tribes out there that are, you know, looking into, you know, implementing these types of strategies, you know, it's really important to create those strong connections with these agencies, because, you know, their resources, their time, their knowledge is just so valuable to, you know, helping preserve these cultural keystone species. And with that, I just want to say thank you again for having me, and I'll take any questions. If not, we can talk about it some more later.
All right, great. Yeah, Deb.
Yeah, so the stands we're looking at, you know, they're just starting to be infested. So we're doing the tree injections to help preserve the seed trees, the future quality basket trees. And, you know, we're getting in there into these stands at a time where the infestation is just starting, and, you know, we're not seeing quite as many stump sprouts. But in the last year or two, they have been increasing a number of the stump sprouts I'm seeing on site. But we have been injecting in a few sites, you know, for the last two to 3 years. And with the log pounding, the you know, getting the splints off the log, I try to stay away from anything with stump sprouts because they sprout right where the prime basket material grows. So we try to harvest trees that aren't invested yet, and been having pretty good luck identifying healthy trees. You know, just solely based on their appearance of healthy bark, the corkiness, sponginess of the bark itself, along with some tree ring data that's really great to see the health of the tree overall. And yeah, I try to avoid trees with sprouts on them for log counting.
All right, great.
Quick follow-up to that, Deb, a lot of these sites that Angela was talking about, that we have kind of a multi-year sampling plan moving forward and continuing to evaluate those stump sprouts on the freshly cut stuff, is part of that plan, so. One quick side note I want to mention, I've done a lot of delimitation surveys around the lake states in the Northeast, and the one that I did with Angelo and the environment team there in Akwesasne was the first one where somebody actually, Angelo, when he was girdling all these 200+ trees, he saved the bark. He peeled it all off in one fell swoop, and then made these really awesome ash bark baskets out of them, which I thought was a really cool way to use the resource rather than just let it fall on the ground like we've done pretty much everywhere else. So kudos to Angelo for thinking like that. Next up is Tyler Everett, and Tyler's gonna talk about his research design and some of the stuff that they're doing with the Passamaquoddy Forestry.
Great to follow up, Tony. Read all your papers? No, but just always learn so much when I hear from you, and likewise with Angelo and the St. Regis Mohawk tribe, Les, everybody there. That intertribal connection, sharing knowledge has always been so helpful in the work that I've done. Boy, welcome to we Mi'kmaq Talawisi Tyler Everett. Hello, I'm a person of Dawn. I'm Mi'kmaq, and my name is Tyler Everett. Today I'm going to be talking to you about my research project titled Building Stewardship Capacity Affecting Brown Ash of the Northern Forest. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about my brown ash silvicultural trials that I'm working with our tribal nation partners. Before I start, though, I wanted to recognize some contributors to the fieldwork involved in these silvicultural trials. The first is Sydney Sear, that's my niece. She was an intern last summer as a field technician. Helped me with the inventory data and emerald ash borer monitoring data, the collection and field work anyway. And then Tom Newell, he's another forester with the Passamaquoddy Forestry Department, and he's an ash harvester for a lot of basket makers in our communities. And he's been such a help with my field work, just coming out. One, we have fun because we're together, we're best, good friends, but we also get to be in the woods and protect this tree that we both care about. And then Larry Libby and Charles Libby, they work with the Forestry Department on their brush management, TSI work, and I was able to get them to do the cuttings for my silvicultural tree. So it's really cool to have that tribal connection there too. When I first started doing research on brown ash, it was directed my way by Ernie Neptune, who was my boss at Passamaquoddy Forestry at the time. Now it's Clayton Saukah Basin, and Clayton's been a huge help as well. But I started coming up with an inventory protocol for these forests to guide management activities in these forests after. And I shared this with tribal nation staff here at the university in a demonstration day. And the feedback that I received was, well, what management should we do? I know it's great that we can inventory these forests, but we need to take it to the next step. What is it can we do in the forest for management? That's when I came back from my doctoral degree. But the guidance of tribal nation staff, basket makers, ash harvesters, that's always continued, just like my education here at UMaine. And I've learned an awful lot when I connect with Tribal Nation staff, basket makers, ash harvesters. And there are approaches to management where we shift away from ash to an alternative species. And in some areas, this is being applied, and that's great management in some areas. But for our Tribal Nation partners, the priority is not, or that approach is not in alignment with our Tribal Nation partners and their priorities. Maintaining and preserving ash on the landscape has been the primary goal for all helping to guide my research efforts. And it's their priorities that set the goals for my management trials. But the reason why shifting to an alternative species is often considered is because, as we've heard today, the impact of emerald ash borer can be really profound on these forests. Maintaining forest cover is critical, and we know regardless of what we do for silvicultural treatments, as Nate pointed out, overstory ash are very, very likely to succumb to emerald ash borer. But what replaces them in the overstory? When they all die at the same time? Is it going to be left up to chance if we do no management, or can we conduct some silvicultural trials in hopes to be preemptive about this impact we know is going to happen? So with that understanding, in these silvicultural trials, the prescriptions being applied focus on preservation of brown ash by implementing harvest strategies, preferably well ahead of emerald ash borer's arrival, aimed at releasing advanced brown ash regeneration or recruiting new cohorts of brown ash trees, while also retaining the healthiest mature overstory ash trees, particularly those that are seed-bearing female ash trees, because they can help support that continual recruitment like Tony touched on. So we have a range of size classes in the forest in the future as emerald ash borer moves into these forests. What you might describe this sort of management as is a partial harvest with reserves that is designed to establish residual brown ash stands that promote healthy overstory brown ash and sufficient brown ash regenerating layer. These future conditions may be more likely to minimize the legacy effect of emerald ash borer. And thinking about Tony's slides, we saw a site where there was Dutch elm disease impacting some elm trees. So there's a legacy effect of that non-indigenous forest pest or pathogen. And then right after the ash trees are released, now another non-indigenous insect having a legacy effect. So the cascading effects of emerald ash borer in these forests, both ecologically and culturally, are really profound. If we take the intervention of silviculture, we can establish these new cohorts of ash, whereas a do-nothing approach, we leave it up to chance, right? There are some circumstances where these forests in a do-nothing approach will have proficient ash regeneration. But if we intervene with silviculture, we can make that more likely. When we do secure that next generation of ash trees, it opens up those desired future management possibilities for maintaining ash on the landscape, which is in alignment with our Tribal Nation partners' priorities when it comes to ash. So here's a location map for the 4 study sites that are in my silvicultural trials. It's also alongside the latest emerald ash borer quarantine map for the state of Maine. The site in Garfield, the site in Farmington, and the site in Reedfield are pre-invasion forests, whereas Frenchville has confirmed emerald ash borer. In 2018, it was detected, and it's been a biological release site. So it's an interesting case there of seeing some of these alternative practices also in combination with silviculture, but the silviculture is being applied a little late. So it's an example to pull from. But when I first started this study, the quarantine boundary was south of Reedfield. And it quickly, actually within the year of finding the site, got expanded beyond it. But it just goes to show how fast emerald ash borer spread. But even with these satellite infestations, we know, or we don't know that emerald ash borer is in these sites. I monitor for my research, but I haven't found emerald ash borer at those sites, which also goes to show that monitoring, even within the quarantine boundary, can be really effective for management purposes to know when emerald ash borer arrives. To more specifically develop the 2 prescriptions I'm applying in these trials, considering the characteristics of brown ash trees, We know that they're shade intolerant and benefit from direct sunlight, even though they can hang out in the understory for a really long time. And the way to achieve that is through forming canopy gaps. I considered the natural disturbances that these forests often see, including the traditional harvest of basket quality trees by basket makers, and also some prior silvicultural work in these forests, including that of the St. Rudy's Mohawk tribe, and Angelo's work, and Les's work, as well as the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources bottom and hardwood trials, which Tony touched on in some of his presentation. This has led me to consider two strategies in my research that I hope to establish different age groups of brown ash trees in these forests through group removals, like Tony touched on, of both brown ash and other tree species. The strategy for selecting these groups of trees varies from one location to the next so that we can find out what strategy seems to work best. And those are strip cuts as well as small patch cuts. For the patch cuts, we center these circular patches. Sorry about that tree. This is an animation issue. You would be able to see that. But, the small patch cuts are centered around a basket tree, which we got here marked. And the intention is that we would harvest that basket tree. I'm going to see if I'll skip the slide. Well, maybe it was my error, not the slide. Okay, so this way that when the treatment area is harvested, it secures a basket maker some material to process and make baskets with, while also accomplishing our management objective at the location. The size of the patch varies at different locations too. In some locations, it's about the size of a small inflatable above ground swimming pool, roughly 20 feet wide. And then in other locations, the patch size is a little bit larger, about the size of a large above ground swimming pool, one with the steel paneling around the outside, roughly 30 feet wide. So here's a map of one of the patch harvest locations. This is in Garfield. Actually, this evening, if you make it to the community dinner, some of the logs that we'll be pounding are from this harvest site, which is on Mi'kmaq Tribal Trust lands. So really exciting to see it kind of go full circle here at the conference. This long road in is actually an old skidder trail, so it's quite a hoof to get out there. But there's some really amazing ash trees out here, and we've been doing some follow-up inventory this past summer following the treatment, and also collecting those basket quality logs to get them to Richard, other Mi'kmaq Nation community members for basket making classes, for storage, and also for this conference. For the strip cuts, we have a spacing parameter here too, so they separate each strip. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to line up each harvest strip with a basket tree. But by happenstance, this does occur. And we can get that material to basket makers as long as we properly marked it and set it aside. We did this. Yeah, another issue. There's a basket tree behind that. We did this by marking basket quality trees that, again, Tom helped me out in terms of identifying trees that were basket quality at these sites with a big red B. And I worked with Larry and Charles to make sure that those got set aside and were cut to lengths that were amenable for processing for basket wood. For the strips, we have a separation between each harvest strip of about 60 feet where no trees are cut. And then within the actual harvest strips, the trees are cut, and we're exploring two different widths for those harvest strips. One smaller strip about the size of a major ATV trail, roughly 20 feet wide, and one larger strip, the width of a small logging road, roughly 30 feet wide. In these patches and in these strips, including brown ash, the trees are harvested. Anything that's greater than 2 inches in diameter. And they're cut and removed to create that growing space and that canopy gap that we talked about. This differs from what basket makers do in these forests. And so, like Tony pointed out, in terms of prioritizing these sites, been doing community meetings to make sure that this approach is something they're aware of. And it would be great to have this as a case study to see what this does for an impact in the forest. And to guide future efforts to try and tailor these prescriptions to be more in line with the basket maker thoughts and priorities in these sites. So here's a map of a strip harvest location. This one's in Reedfield. The benefit of the strip harvest is that you're working from an operational standpoint. It's much easier to work in these individual strips. Like I said, it's harder to align those with basket quality trees. But you can really think about making sure the 60-foot area where a lot of those mature overstory seed-bearing trees are. And that's what sort of tailored where I set these strips in each of my harvest locations. There are risks to consider, of course. I think we can all agree that we're not as smart as the forest. Just because our approach aims to minimize the legacy effect of emerald ash borer and release or promote ash regeneration does not mean that's what's going to happen. And the harvest could just remove ash trees for no added benefit. I mean, we do get basket quality trees, so there are those benefits that we see in terms of providing material to basket makers, but we might not see the outcome that we want. We might not get that desired future condition. We might actually unintentionally promote some other species that would take over newly created growing space. Like Nate touched on, that could be invasive vegetation. Some of my sites have glossy buckthorn, honeysuckle, some real challenges. And I think that's an important aspect to consider in terms of prioritizing the site as well. But we can also take a multi-pronged approach, similar to what Angelo and St. Regis Mohawk Tribe is doing, to try and think through ways to minimize those risks and really prioritize the betterment of these ash trees. We can also think about these sites as examples of that. And when we continue to work with the tribal community and look at bringing in those alternative or adaptive management practices of biological control, seed collection, chemical treatments, depending on what the community prioritizes. If it's a priority of the tribal communities that we work with, then that's how these sites will change over time. And I'm excited to see how these sites change over time and doing just that. So, Bilali, thank you.
We get a quick question while Tyler's answering a question. Can we have Tony and Angelo come back up so we can field a few questions as a group? Laurence, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thanks. I actually have kind of two questions, but I was wondering that the black ash like kind of work around was a like a high quality basket. And I was wondering, is it like a major ready collected harvested, or have a smaller one that you expect that will like good for basket food in the following year? And I know that you will look like in the future how it affects the food and stuff, but do you have any like small ideas of like how the kind of the opening that you are doing right now will affect like the food and do you think it's gonna be like creating wider string or something? Like, do you have like little ideas?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's the first part. These trees that we marked, there are some that are potential basket quality trees that were smaller in diameter. And we try to prioritize those that were ready for harvest now. That way that material would be by basket maker. So they were larger trees and they would be harvested. We definitely assessed the health and vigor of that tree. And if it was a female seed-bearing tree, that also met basket quality standards. We would still market as basket quality, but we would try not to put a harvest patch or a strip on that. And I think that some of the trees on the peripheral of each strip and each patch are going to see some growing space allocated and a slight release. And so you may see some improvement in basket quality trees on the peripherals of those patches and strips. Within those canopy gaps, I mentioned some of the invasive vegetation. Some of the stump sprouts for the glossy buckthorn are really tall already. They're almost at 4.5 feet. And then a lot of the ash that did stump sprout, because emerald ash borer is not there, they are 3 feet tall in some cases. And so they're responding well. We also timed up with the seed year back in 2021, where that cold and warm cycle for germination is going to be optimal for this year. So hopefully we see some seedlings in a resample 5 years down the road or so, where we see ash regenerating as new seedlings. There were some seedlings in the inventory data, but not all, because these sites haven't been harvested.
All right, we got a couple minutes so we can field some more questions for the group. Anybody here in the audience?
Do you see any preference for accompanying native species in these regeneration sites? Like, is there something, another species like, oh, that's good, accompanying it, or negative for that matter?
Like you had mentioned before, some of the species that'll start taking over once the ash is gone. Box elder, for example, that resource can actually be processed similar to black ash, where we can harvest a piece, pound it out, the axe, peel some splints up, and actually use that as a material to make baskets. Again, it's not as nice as black ash, brown ash. You know, the qualities of brown ash are just, you know, above and beyond anything else out there. But there are some other natural species that can be utilized in the same manner.
All right. Question back there?
I just was wondering if you could clarify, I know you, Angela, you talked about doing some of the pesticide on the trees. And I didn't know if you were doing that to stumps that are sprouting, or if you're only doing that to sort of like trees that are living. And I didn't know like if it's worthwhile to do the pesticides to a stump that might sprout.
Yeah, so our selective process, you know, we really try to pick the healthiest trees, you know, to try and preserve them. If they're too far gone, you know, the efforts aren't really worth it. You know, if you're wasting chemicals on trees that aren't going to be able to uptake, like I did mention before. The galleries, once the galleries really get in there, it stops that uptake. When you see the stump sprouts, you know, that's indicative of you know, the flow of nutrients and water up and down the tree ain't happening. So there's no point in, you know, really putting as much chemical into those trees as you would a healthy seed bearing tree. So yeah, basically when we see the stump sprouting, kind of shy away from those and go towards more the healthy living trees. We're at a point in our space in upstate New York where it's really just starting to really creep into these stands. So we're really trying to preserve the best while doing the silvicultural treatment and kind of removing those trees that are infested, you know, with the stump sprouting and things like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody. You guys were working in Minnesota and you felled some trees in the winter, and if I remember, you got abundance of sprout from those trees. Well, what Nate was showing, what we've seen in Michigan, when Ashford kills a black ash tree or any, well, definitely black ash trees, the tree may try to push some sprouts out, but they're weak, and as soon as they're slow, they break off, and by the next summer, they're gone. So I guess I'm wondering where you're trying to silviculturally, kind of it sounds like you're getting 3-foot tall stump sprouts because you're taking out healthy trees. Are those stump sprouts, is that a viable means of regeneration, or are the deer gonna get them, will the ice get them? What do you think long term?
Yeah, I think it's a great point in that when they're still vigorous, so before they really have depletion of those reserves, they sprout tremendously. And I give Erdman credit, but there's an old photo from like 1920, this document called The Ashes, that has a picture of a black ash stump sprout of a 1-year-old stump that's, 20 feet tall, just the ability of that to sprout when it's still healthy. And I think on some of these sites, that sprouting is a really important process to keep that, getting trees growing again, sucking that water up, and so when we were dealing with some of those areas where they were cutting ahead of time, some of the forests were like, we should be cutting the ash, keeping it back, because we want to diversify away from that. But what we saw, to your point, is that it really does so well off those stump sprouts if it's before it's infested by EAD. I don't know in terms of what that produces for a basket quality tree, but on many of those sites, I mean, those trees that we were cut in 2010 are now, into small full-size trees in some of those stumps. There's not a lot of herbivory in that area we're working in, so they're surviving it. But on other sites, it does seem like they go after those sprouts pretty hard. So I think if that wasn't an issue, I think it's a great point that when before EAB's in there, those sprouts do seem to do quite well, at least on the sites we were working on.
Yeah, I would add that the sprouts that are seeing on my site did have some herbivory, but they were leaving some shoots that seemed to be taken off. So kind of a natural kind of selection of a dominant sprout that maybe makes it to hopefully that full size.
One more quick question before we have Verba come up for the last talk for lunch. Yeah.
Angelo, you mentioned using other species like foxglove. Is white ash and green ash reasonable for making baskets also?
Yeah, so I have pounded green ash, thinking it was a black ash, my early basket making days, and you are able to peel them off the log and split them, but when you peel them apart, the inside isn't as smooth. If you look at the baskets, they get silky smooth on the inside when you split them apart. That growth ring, the annual growth ring.
Yes.
And yeah, the other trees that are potential replacements would be like the box elder, white oak. I've used cedar, white cedar. I've been able to process that into basket materials. We also want to, kind of go into grasses and sedges and cattails, things like that, different types of bark baskets. I gotta start to diversify our basket making materials.
And a quick follow-up, if you take a tree that's been dead for about 2 years, let's say, can you soak it in water for a time and try to bring back its ability to pound?
Yeah, yep, I've seen that before. Some logs that have been cut and sitting out, dried out. I'll submerge them in a pond or a river, for sometimes weeks, months.
So that's a good way to store logs too.
Yeah, it's a good way to store logs. I'd say over the last year, the last winter when we harvested, we got about 40 to 50 logs, and we've been storing a bunch of those in a pond. And when we pull them out to pound them, the splints are still coming off really nice. It's not too dried out. So you can definitely rehydrate a log after it's dead.
All right, great. Thank you, guys. Sorry to cut that a little short, but we're probably gonna be anxious for lunch. Certainly meet up with these guys during the breaks and at lunch and stuff, and then talk to them some more. They've got a lot of knowledge. So next up is River Matthew. River's going to talk to us about kind of some lessons from Michigan. He's a graduate student with Deb at Michigan State University. And, what's nice about River's work is that it's really kind of the forefront of figuring out like what happens to this ash regeneration post EAB. So with that, go ahead, River, take it away.
Hi, everybody.
I'm really grateful to be here today, talking to you all. I think it's a super special opportunity to have so many different people in a room together, sharing knowledge. And thanks to John, Tyler, and Ella, and all the other folks who helped organize this. It's a really, really awesome thing. And so, again, also thanks to Tyler, because he set me up pretty nicely for my talk. He talked a lot about this kind of, what we can kind of do silviculture-wise to maybe prepare for EAB. And he mentioned this do-nothing approach. And so in Michigan, this do-nothing approach is largely what we have seen in all of our black ash stands. So I have a little bit of black ash ecology stuff that we've talked quite a bit about today. I think it's good just to kind of ground ourselves in this before we move forward into some of the results about black ash regeneration in Michigan. So of course, we all know black ash grow primarily in these forested wetlands, riparian areas, these wet mesic sites, all the way from Minnesota up to northern Maine and then north into southern Ontario and Quebec. And within these stands, black ash plays this really important role in water table regulation. There's also some role in nutrient cycling within these sites, provides habitat for wildlife. We mentioned those vertebrates earlier on. And you've seen this figure before from Deb, showing sort of percentage of ash that is black ash in Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Maine. And so it's really important, especially in the Great Lakes region, and then also in our forests here in Maine. And so because black ash can be this dominant tree species in these forested wetlands, we kind of call it this foundational wetland species, because without it, these wetlands are really not going to look the way they look now. And you've also seen this figure before from Nate beforehand, as well as this kind of host preference and vulnerability spectrum. And so we know that black ash is the most preferred and vulnerable EAB host that EAB has encountered to date. And so because of its ecological significance and its cultural significance, and then also this high host preference and vulnerability, we're really worried about black ash in the flash core. And we expect that basal area loss to look like this through 2040, and potentially seeing kind of the functional extirpation of black ash by 2050, where things are really just not going to look the same on the landscape. And with the loss of those overstory black ash trees, we're going to see some pretty fundamental changes in the forest vegetation composition, a lot of which is going to be driven by changes in hydrology, as Tony kind of alluded to. And you can kind of just see how drastic that can be. So here we have a pretty nice black ash stand in northern New York. And then we have this post-invasion site in Michigan, where you'll notice all of these dead black ash overstory tree stems on the ground with some regeneration kind of poking through. And then you'll see a lot of sedges kind of in the understory there as our herbaceous vegetation. And so this is where the work in Michigan kind of comes into play. And so working to quantify the status of overstory trees as well as regeneration in these black ash stands. And so I'm going to throw around some terms here with an overstory tree. For the purposes of this talk, an overstory tree will be anything that's bigger than 10 centimeters or 4 inches in diameter. And then we're going to talk about recruits. And so those trees are going to be between 2.5 and 10 centimeters in diameter, or 1 to 4 inches. And then we're going to talk about saplings. And those are going to be trees that are taller than a meter, but less than an inch in diameter within these sites. So for our overstory black ash trees and recruits, we're working to kind of analyze the radial growth of those trees. And then we're going to do the same thing for our non-ash overstory trees and recruits. And then we're also looking to evaluate kind of the presence of EAB and then EAB density on both our overstory black ash across these stands, and then looking specifically at black ash regeneration, so those recruits. And we do this across kind of a strata of invasion level, where we have post, mid, and pre-EAB sites. In 2023 and 2024, we assessed 12 post-invasion sites. We deemed these to be sites that had greater than 75% overstory black ash mortality. And then we had 5 mid-invasion sites where that mortality was between 25 and 75%. And then 7 pre-invasion sites, and that mortality there was less than 25% in our overstory black ash. And you can see kind of the distribution of those sites in this map here. And at all of these sites, we looked at the vegetation, we collected it from the forest, and then we quantified the EAB presence. And so we used this sort of fixed radius plot design to kind of stage all of this data collection, where we had these nested fixed radius plots placed randomly within our black ash stands. We had 3 of them per stand. We had an overstory plot that was 11.4 meters in radius, in which we measured the DBH of live and dead overstory trees by species. and quantify percent canopy transparency and dieback. For our black ash in particular, we looked for the presence of epicormic shoots kind of coming off of the trunk, basal sprouts, and woodpecks as kind of an EAB diagnostic to see if those trees were heavily infested with ecologic. In our 8-meter fixed radius plots, we're calling these our subplots, within that 11.4 meter plot, we did the same exact thing, but this time for those recruits, those trees 1 to 4 inches. And we did that same kind of EAB diagnostic on our black ash recruits. We also tallied saplings by species within those plots. And then we have these 1 by 1 meter quadrats in the middle where we quantified the number of seedlings present, and then we looked at herbaceous plant percent cover. I'm not really going to cover that in this talk, but if you want to talk to me about some of those results afterwards, I'd be happy to share some of that information. For our dendrochronology methods, we collected a bunch of increment cores from over 500 trees. In our each of our sites, we collected up to 9 overstory. We collected increment cores from up to 9 overstory black ash, and then up to 9 black ash recruits. Of course, that gets tricky sometimes when you don't have black ash recruits that are alive in sites or overstory black ash that are alive in sites. So those numbers are a little variable. And then we collected increment cores from 2 of the 2 most dominant overstory non-black ash species. So it would be like 2 red maple and 2 balsam fir per plot. And we did the same thing for those non-black ash recruits. All those cores were mounted, sanded, and then we scanned them at a high resolution using a flatbed scanner. And then we measured the ring widths with a pretty neat computer program called Coup Recorder that allowed us to basically streamline kind of the measuring of radial growth and then cross-date things pretty rapidly. And then finally, we had some of our EAB metrics. And so within stands that had a relatively high amount of black ash recruits, our threshold was at least 6 black ash recruits. That number seems kind of low, but there were some stands where there just were not live black ash recruits present. We'll get into that a little later. We felled 3 randomly selected black ash recruits, cut them into about 1 meter bolts, brought those back to the lab, debarked them carefully, and then quantified the density of EAB galleries and larvae on those logs. Before I kind of dive into some of our results about our regeneration, it's important just to kind of echo some of the stuff that Deb had in her talk about what these forests look like in terms of the overstory. And, you know, these forests have really high overstory black ash. And so here we see kind of this olive color represents black ash stems per hectare based on their size class in post, mid, and pre-invasion sites. And you'll notice pretty quickly that as you kind of go from pre to mid to post, those bars of black ash, that black ash density gets smaller and smaller. And that's representing the mortality of black ash as EAB kind of gets into the stands and causes mortality. And you can see some images of what that looks like. Nate has shown similar images there. And so the overstory black ash in our pre-invasion stands looks really healthy. It looks good. The mid-invasion stands, there's kind of a spectrum of some of the trees are dead, but then a lot of the trees are declining if they're black ash. And then in our post-invasion sites, you'll notice that there are a handful of black ash trees right here in this 10 centimeter size class. And so hang on to that in the back of your head for later. We're going to touch on that in a little bit. If we think about the non-black ash trees, they all look pretty healthy. Less than 35% canopy dieback and transparency on average across all of the species, if you want them together. So these forests have a lot of dead black ash trees, which means, or post-invasion forests do, which means there's some pretty big canopy gaps there. And now we can start to talk about kind of the recruit composition averaged across all of these different sort of invasion strata. So on average, we had about 1/3 of all of the regeneration species were black ash in these stands, in post, mid, and pre-invasion sites, which is a pretty good result. It means these black ash recruits are still sticking around in our forests. Again, those are those 1 to 4 inch trees. We saw a lot of balsam fir, white cedar, red maple, green ash, kind of your usual suspects in these black ash forests. But when we kind of started to look at our dead recruit stems, it became pretty obvious that something was going on with black ash in our post and mid invasion sites. And so if we kind of look at this figure on the right here, we see these dead black ash recruit densities, and you'll notice that the proportion that are dead black ash stems, in blue here, we have all other black ash stems here, over half of the dead stems in these stands, these recruit stems, were black ash in our post-invasion sites and in our mid-invasion sites. in our pre-invasion sites, there is a lot fewer dead black ash recruit stems proportionally to the other species. And so if we kind of take a closer look at that, we see pretty quickly that the black ash recruits in our post-invasion sites are dead and dying. In those post-invasion sites, if you look at all of the black ash stems present, alive and dead, about 55% of those stems are dead already. In our mid-invasion sites, that number is about 24%. And then in our pre-invasion sites, that number is about 12%, which, isn't super far out of the question of what we'd expect naturally. But there's definitely a significant difference there between our post-invasion sites and our pre-invasion sites. And so you start to think about what might be causing that. And of course, there's things like hydrology that could be playing a role. But a big one is definitely emerald ash borer that is still sticking around at kind of this residual population in our stands. And so in our post-invasion sites, we found about 32% of our live black ash recruits. So again, that's 45% of those trees that were there originally are now, or are alive still. And then 33% of them are, or 32% of them are infested with EAB. And then in our mid-invasion sites, about 44% of our black ash recruits are infested with EAB. And so those pre-invasion site numbers are pretty low, but it looks like there could still be some kind of EAB infestations happening, even in those super early stages of EAB infestation. And so if we peel the bark back, so to speak, we can see pretty quickly that emerald ash borer is readily colonizing these black ash recruits in all of the sort of invasion strata. So we see that in our mid-invasion sites, we have a really high EAB gallery density. And it's also really variable. We think that variability is probably driven by the fact that we have this range of dead overstory black ash mortality. So we have some sites where there's a lot of, or there's more live overstory black ash. The beetles are preferentially colonizing those trees before they kind of move on to the recruits, as Nate had talked about beforehand. And that kind of drives that variability. And then in our post-invasion sites, we see a lot fewer galleries per meter square, only about 10 galleries. And we think that's just because the population of EAB is largely lower in these post-invasion sites now than it would be in sort of this mid-invasion site where things are really ramping up. And then on our pre-invasion sites, we even see that there are some galleries on the trees there. And so we think what's going on there is in a stand where you're not necessarily going to be seeing a lot of signs of EAB present at that time, or you haven't seen a lot of mortality, there's still beetles around that can still happen to colonize some of these black ash recruits. It's important to mention that, Deb had said how that level of mortality, when you have an EAB gallery density or a larval density, it starts to reach around 80, you start to see that tree mortality. These numbers are kind of approaching that. And of course, these are black ash recruits. So these trees are smaller. And then also think about how much phloem area that EAB is kind of consuming as it goes. If you look at this recruit picture, for example, that EAB is really just making its way around almost half of that tree. And that's just one. So the situation is kind of dire. And so then we can kind of move on to talk about our saplings. Ignore this figure for a second, but our total sapling density does not differ across post, mid, and pre-invasion sites. There was a lot of variability in our mid-invasion sites. That was driven by just some weird outliers that had a ton of saplings for whatever reason. We think it's environmental variability. We usually saw black ash, balsam fir, red maple, white cedar. Again, your usual suspects. And if we look at black ash density, we see really the same trend where we have no real significant difference in the average black ash sapling density across invasion strata. So we still have some black ash saplings in our post-invasion sites at similar levels that we would see in our pre- and mid-invasion sites. Again, with that variability driven by some crazy outliers that just had a lot of black ash saplings, which is cool and good. But it becomes this question of, will these trees be able to grow into a size class where they can eventually produce seed? And you can see these here, these are about 1-inch trees. So just getting out of that sapling size class, this tree is dead, killed by EAB. This tree is going to be dead soon, colonized by EAB. So EAB can get in there even when these recruits are still. And here's just a nice picture of some black ash saplings. Again, there can be a lot of them in these forests. So we know black ash remains this kind of dominant regeneration species, despite the fact that there's some high proportions of dead black ash recruits in these post-invasion sites. But we know that many of these black ash recruits are going to die. They are infested with EAB. But luckily, there are some black ash saplings that are relatively high densities to hopefully replace these recruits when and if they do die. And so the question becomes, how are these black ash trees growing? In particular, we're going to focus in on the recruit radial growth now. And then we're also curious about how other tree species are growing within these stands. So this is a chronology from overstory black ash trees in some of our pre-invasion sites. I really just like to show this figure because of how old these black ash trees can be. Tony alluded to this. In the Upper Peninsula, we found one tree that was 287 years old. It's been sitting in the swamp for a really, really long time, before the United States really kind of became a thing. And then 100 years old by the time Michigan State University is established, even older before these two kind of global events, and then obviously much, much older than myself. I don't want to make anyone feel old in this room, so I'm sorry. And so these trees can kind of spend a lot of their life in the understory, growing as recruits and saplings. And so we're going to focus in on these kind of teenager trees now. And so here we have the average radial growth divided up by our post, mid, and pre-invasion sites of black ash recruits. And so very quickly, you'll notice this little emerald ash borer up here. We think around 2010 is when we would expect a lot of that overstory mortality of black ash to occur. And then following that, in our post-invasion sites, we see a pretty abrupt rise in the radial growth or average radial growth of those black ash recruits. So we're thinking, and we can kind of show that black ash is releasing following the loss of our overstory trees, which is a great result. If we take a look at this increment core, we see this is a pre-invasion site increment core. The radial growth is really tight. That's kind of what we expect to see in some of these black ash recruits. They just hang out and they grow really slowly. But if we look at a post-invasion increment core, it looks really different. You'll notice there's tight rings back here, but then, about 10 years ago, that growth just starts taking off. And this tree was really red, which is great to see. You also notice that it's quite a bit younger than that pre-invasion increment core. And so if we look at kind of our ages of establishment based on the pith of those recruits at breast height, we see that in our mid-invasion sites, in our pre-invasion sites, those recruits are all generally older. So our average age of our recruits in our pre-invasion sites is about 41 years and then 54 years in our mid-invasion sites. And then in our post-invasion sites, that average age is about 29 years. So a lot younger. And we think what's going on here is kind of those older cohorts of black ash recruits that would have been larger in those stands at the time of overstory mortality were likely killed by emerald ash borer, and then we're now seeing this new cohort kind of come up and take advantage of that light. And so you're probably wondering, why is this important? And so we're kind of talking about the potential for these recruits to grow and become a tree that can produce seed. And so we found one site where we had some pretty substantial overstory black ash. Remember I asked you to remember about that way back in the beginning? Those black ash trees in our post-invasion site, our one post-invasion site, had gotten into that 10 to 15 centimeter size, which we really didn't expect to see in our stand. And so some of these were infested with DAB, some of them looked really healthy, you can see from these pictures here. And we, of course, had to take some increment cores, and we found that these trees are growing really quickly. Even in 2015, kind of reaching an average radial growth of almost 4 millimeters a year, which is pretty fast for a black ash tree. And they should be growing and reaching this size where they're capable of producing seed. It wasn't a good seed year in Michigan this year, so we didn't really see any of that, nor was it a good year last year. So the jury's kind of still out on whether or not these trees will produce seed. But of course, if you think about it, the trees are going to produce seed, and then the number of seeds that are actually going to be viable, the number of seeds that are actually going to be able to germinate and land in the right spot and then survive that year browse, you kind of have diminishing odds about the survival of those seed beds. And so, since we're in the Northeast, I kind of want to pivot and talk about some data that Nate has collected. I'm running out of time, so I can chat about this with folks later as well. But essentially what Nate has seen in the cores collected from the Northeast is that we don't have this younger cohort represented to the same degree that we do in Michigan in those post-invasion sites. And so we think that's largely driven by the fact that in the Northeast, we haven't really seen black ash overstory mortality happen, as far in the past, right? So the mortality of those trees happened 3 to 5 years ago, and in Michigan it happened, 10 plus years ago. So those trees haven't had the chance to respond and grow. And we see that with NACE chronology, where these post-invasion trees are not releasing like they are in Michigan. So with that, we can kind of clearly demonstrate that black ash regeneration is released on lots of overstory black ash in these post-invasion stands. And then we know that our post-invasion black ash recruits are generally younger than our pre and mid-invasion recruits. And so we think that that high rate of mortality and EAB infestation at the sites, especially in those mid-invasion sites, kind of contributes to the loss of those older black ash recruits. And then we see these younger recruits releasing. We're going to kind of continue looking at differences in tree species composition across tree size classes as we're continuing the analysis from all this data, looking at herbaceous plant cover. And then, of course, we're going to look into our non-ash radial growth information. So looking at the responses of these non-ash recruits, especially in these sites, in our post-invasion sites. And then we're hoping to kind of explain some of that large amount of variability we have in that black ash radial growth. There's some sites where the black ash don't recruit or release, and we want to know why that is. So I'd like to thank all these folks, especially the technicians who helped with this project. The post-invasion sites in Michigan are pretty nasty, and they have a lot of thick shrubs and a lot of mud. And so they suffered through a lot, and I'm very grateful for their help. And my funding was provided by Geospatial Service and USDA. So if we have time, we'll take questions or catch me at lunch or whatever.
Yeah, let's take a question.
Just going by the peeling. So we're not using traps to measure whether EAB is present.
Once you get 10, 15 years out of when all the overstoring has died, in green and white ash, we have seen that it's no longer, it's not about, it's more about EAB preference. Mm-hmm. So they pick different trees and they don't necessarily go to all of them. So that might not be an accurate estimate of where they stand, as it is like when everything is invested. But we see the same trend that there's ingrowth that goes in, and we now know there's an uptick in the EAB population, and that has been correlated with like a second phase mortality.
Yeah.
In some of the original lingering trees, which is unexpected because they're partially resistant, and also in the larger ingrowth.
Mm. Okay.
So very similar patterns.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Bill?
We have a question online from Kathleen Knight. She says, it's exciting that you found larger black ash in post-EAB site. Why do you not consider these to be lingering ash? Even trees that eventually go on to die but are able to survive longer than other ash are valuable to the tree resistance breeding program.
Right. Yeah. So we're kind of thinking that they're not lingering ash just because they weren't mature when EAB got into the stand. They were young and really vigorous. So we're kind of showing that they're not mature trees once EAB gets in there. And then a lot of them are still colonized by EAB. And so at this one stand in particular, there was a really, really high density of black ash recruits that were kind of in this, between 8 and 10 centimeters. And then those few recruits between 10 and 15. So we think that the population would probably be more spread out within that site.
So what we were doing to kind of parse that out is looking at borings and trying to figure out what age the tree was during peak mortality. Mm-hmm. So if it was of a certain size class, we knew what the preferences are, then we would consider it. And we're going to follow that up with propagating and testing the trees too, but we haven't gotten that far yet. But we did find that a good chunk of them were below the desired size of EAB, but there were some that were actually quite large during that first wave.
Yeah.
With resistance, we expect partial resistance, so they're still going to get infested, but a tree that survives a lot longer than another one, through breeding, it can further increase that. So they may be trees of interest.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so I would probably divert that question to someone who's more of an expert on black ash seed collection. But we do know that black ash does kind of follow this like sequential, like, I guess temporal variation, like which seed groups are good. So I don't know off the top of my head, but. Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, we'll take one more.
The EAP was like moved from a site that we had tested to another site, which is disinfected, right? Yeah, okay. So I was wondering, do you think that there's like a good timing to like enhance the sprouting of the trees in a site that is infected, the way that, do you understand my question? I think there is a pipe sprouting, so yeah, we would move to another site and maybe come back later, I guess, when we got it, but.
Okay, so you're asking about like, is there a good time to sort of do like what Tyler had mentioned and release those recruits?
Yeah, like knowing that the EAP moved from one side to another side.
I would say to do it before an dashboard or even kind of gets into your area to understand what will happen and how effective some of those silvicultural treatments are. So kind of exactly what Tyler's doing, I think is good in terms of time.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you, River, and thank you, Nate, for moderating the session. Again, I want to invite the speakers to pick a basket of your choice up on the table. There's some new ones that got added. This is a potato basket that Richard Silverboy made. You can see over there too, so just the kind of variety, choose which one you like best. And so just another couple quick announcements before lunch. That I think it's going to be served right out here in the atrium. We've got the poster sessions. There's some great research posters of other studies that have been done. Really fantastic studies. So please check them out. And also just a reminder for the community dinner. We do have a coach bus. Sear will be on the bus, and I'm highly encouraging some folks to take the bus and leave your car here. You can leave it in the parking lot, which is fine. The bus will bring you back to your vehicle. It's going to stop at the Ursa Hotel, where some of you may be staying, and then coming here to the Wells Conference Center to pick up more people. It has a capacity of 54. So try to take the bus if you can. If you want to go back and get a jacket or something during the lunch break too, to be ready, it's going to be picking folks up at 4:30 sharp. And then we're going to have the demonstrations set up at the Socolexis Arena for the pounding and peeling and other kind of things that we'll do before our dinner. So if you miss the bus, there's directions to get to the Socolexis Arena. I think we have a phone number if you get lost or if you have trouble finding the place, just give a call. And so just keep that in mind too as you're kind of preparing for the afternoon. But we've got some great presentations coming up after the lunch period. We'll be starting at 1 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch. next presentation. I just want to just say a few words. I've gotten to know Tony over the last few years now, who's also really been helpful connecting with other interested researchers and faculty in the Northeast. And I think you've seen the booklet. Paul Catanzaro was not able to be here at this meeting. He really wanted to be, but he couldn't be. But who was the lead author on this publication. And Tony was really critical, I think, in two articles that we got published in this Journal of Forestry. Really, it's another thing that he's going to talk about this afternoon. So he's been a real great person to kind of bring people together, just like we're all getting together for this meeting here. So Tony, thank you very much again for coming to the meeting, and look forward to your next presentation.
Thanks for those kind words, and I looked at the lunch spread and realized I really need to get some energy going. It's quite a meal, so I'm sure you're all wide awake and ready to listen. And I think John's comments earlier, and Nate also brought this up, that this has been just as much as it's an unfortunate dynamic in our landscape, the real positive is we're bringing people together from diverse worldviews, diverse perspectives. And so what I'm going to be presenting on, I guess I would say that, the morning was a lot of understanding impact and some of the response. And this afternoon, what I'm hoping to do just with this session is begin some of the discussion of hope and action, and how we might actually take advantage of the knowledge that's been gained around how to sustain a black ash in the landscape, to think through how we might be able to pull this off. I think that's charged to us early on was a good one. So I do want to acknowledge there are many names up there, and so this is certainly not just something that I worked on. This really was a couple-year process of us gathering primarily via Zoom every month and just talking through. We really are going to mobilize and devote a lot of resources, and a lot of energy, and a lot of emotions to preserving black ash, and importantly, preserving any species that's threatened by non-indigenous insects and pathogens. How might we go about doing that and framing it in ways that can really sustain diverse values? So that's really the goal here with this presentation. So we can advance the slide. So as some have mentioned, I think we do take for granted a bit just how new EAB is to our landscape. And we're really fortunate today to have several perspectives from parts of the range of brown ash where EAB's been there for a long time. And you notice that in many of those presentations, the idea of mature ash has largely escaped the opportunities in the landscapes. And so when we were dealing with this in all of our respective states, and Vermont was a really interesting case for me, for several years, it was in Massachusetts, New York, New Hampshire, and Quebec. And Vermont, classic exceptionalism, they felt like it's just not going to end up in Vermont. And then it did. It's amazing, all of this experience, and the second it does show up either in your state or in your county, just psychologically how that influences the way you look at ash stands after that day, and how you think about what your options might be. And one thing that, for having Nate in the group was reminding us is that we have a lot of mature ash still in the landscape, and that this window is going to be dwindling the more that the emerald ash borer is developing and impacting trees. And so the idea with some of this thinking, and we've heard certainly threads of this throughout the day, is that we have a pretty narrow period of time right now where we still can actually both respect and honor and learn from black ash forests, but also possibly preserve both living black ash on the landscape, as well as those important culturally derived materials and traditions tied to it. And as I mentioned this morning, my first exposure to emerald ash borer, I was working in the Lake States, and as Deb and then River also showed, over 1 million acres of black ash forest. And so when emerald ash borer showed up in 2009 in St. Paul, most of us said, that's great. Those folks in Michigan State are figuring out awesome stuff for keeping trees alive, et cetera. But that's really an urban, residential context. There's no way we're going to protect trees out in the forest. So the scale of this is just too challenging. There's no way we can pull this off. And I mentioned that just to point out that this is a learning process for all of us, and I'll be talking, today about doing just that, and I remember in 2018, we had a black ash colloquium in Burlington, and at that colloquium, again, that's credit, she was saying, get out there now and start treating black ash, and do what you can on the landscape. And so what I'm gonna be talking about is if we're gonna scale this, like really go for it, and start, protecting trees, how do we actually guide that across the landscape and really do things that many have shown is quite possible, whether this is just down the road from Wrigley Field in north central suburbs of Chicago, where we're treating tens of hundreds of trees in a small area. This is something we're going to think about and do in the landscape. And so some of these pictures have been shared before. Again, many of you will recognize those faces, but just like today, there have been a lot of gatherings around the future of black ash and more broadly on the future of ash. White ash and green ash, very important species as well in our landscape. And over time, what initially was how do we adapt to the loss of ash? And that was definitely our thought early on was, okay, we can't do anything to treat it. Let's just think about how to adapt to post-EAB. Really shifted to, can we actually like pull this off? Can we figure out ways to keep this species and not just a few trees in a yard, but possibly stands or genetic material or splints or all these things that we've talked about today that are critical. So what I'm going to go through is what came out of that group as we were talking about, if we're going to preserve the species, really take that bold step of engaging with the forest where we are doing a lot to try to work against this invasive insect that really is challenging to deal with. And we've seen a lot of dead trees today and a lot of evidence that it's very effective in what it does. How might we kind of organize our thoughts around preserving that species? So what we came up with in the group and kind of sharing our different perspectives on this, or that one of the ways we can think about preservation is that what are the values that are driving our preservation of black ash in the landscape? And that really will influence what tactics we use, whether it's preserving splint material, whether it's making sure we have seed, whether it's making sure we're injecting insecticides in the growth of trees. Depending on the value that we actually are trying to sustain, it might be a very different strategy. And so it's important to be thinking through first, if I'm going to go out and try to preserve black ash in the landscape, what is it that's guiding that? And so the four values that I'll talk about are ethical responsibility, cultural integrity, ecological function, and genetic conservation. And then this afternoon, in the other sessions, you'll hear a lot about how folks actually talk about those tools that have been going on for decades in some cases, certainly the genetic research around black ash, as well as certainly for generations, the cultural integrity aspects of that. So how do we think through the values we have and how we might piece those together? So I'm going to first just, for those that haven't been bored, when we talked about this before, go through what each of these values are and then kind of how we use that to organize our approach. So the first piece, and I think John really stated this so nicely this morning, in that when we think about our relationship with the forest and kind of our interaction as a living being with that forest and the gifts that we get from that ecosystem, there are so many things that we should be honoring in our relationship with that forest. And so with the threat of emerald ash borer and the impact to black ash, we have a responsibility to actually honor that species by trying to preserve it, whether it be living trees in the forest or the materials that tree provides us. At the same time, nobody in this room is responsible for introducing emerald ash borer, but we collectively are responsible for this impact. And so from an ethical standpoint, again, if we're engaging with that forest and trying to respect those relationships with the forest, and we know there are tools that actually can preserve that species, at least from my perspective, we ethically have an obligation to be doing something where we can and where that makes sense. From a cultural integrity standpoint, certainly with brown ash, this underscored the central importance of this species to the cultures of any indigenous community that exists throughout the range of the species, whether we're thinking about the Lake States region where it's known as a snowshoe tree. Certainly here we think about it central to both the oral traditions of creation stories as well as the basket making, trying to actually maintain and preserve both that living tree so we can maintain that living relationship, but also maintaining the traditions from splints, from the medicines, from the seeds, all that comes from that tree. And so really using that as a motivating factor for what we're doing out there on the landscape. This has been talked about a bit today already, and John had a nice slide kind of illustrating just the number of species that depend on black ash. But like many tree species, it has a unique influence on the forest. And so some of the discussion today really has been around its influence on the hydrology of where it exists. And so It's not a species that uses any more water than any other tree species, but it just happens to grow in those places where there's lots of water. So losing black ash from those areas certainly affects hydrology. Those that have dug into understanding the chemistry of the leaves of black ash, less about why the Ash-borer likes eating it, more about why tadpoles and caddisflies like eating it. It's a very rich leaf litter. And so as a result, when we look at aquatic communities that are in areas where black ash is growing, it's going to be more productive. So they're producing more tadpoles. And they're also cycling that material a lot faster than other tree species. Those that pay attention to the bark of brown ash, not just looking for the good basket quality trees, but also what's growing on that bark, will often notice that it tends to have a really well-developed moss community, lichen community on it. The pH of ash bark is actually quite circumneutral, so it's a very great growing medium for a lot of our lichen species. Several lichens like Wolveria, it's not only found on brown ash, but you'll find a lot of it in those swamps. And there are some lichen species that are only found on black ash. And so this unique relationship between some of these species that we don't often think of as being charismatic, but still quite important, are tied to that tree out in the forest. And of course, if less isn't able to get the seeds, then some of the birds actually do eat them. They're very important food source during those nest years. So pine grosbeaks and others will be eating them. And then northern parula, pictured right here, really relies primarily on some of the lichen species that grow on black ash as a nesting material. So again, losing that ecological function from the forest, we're not just losing black ash, but we're losing a lot of those relationships, not just ours with the forest, but also those other species. And then finally, thinking about just the value of preservation for genetic purposes. So again, we have several folks in the Forest Service, as well as others in the MAMA project that have been looking at lingering ash and trying to understand, can we conserve ash on the landscape as a source of genotypes that might be resistant, with a hope to try to both restore that species and sustain that genetic diversity in the landscape. So a big part of how we think about why we're preserving trees is certainly this idea around genetic value and trying to maintain and hopefully produce resistant genotypes into the future. So the reason why we wanted to be thinking through preservation values is that if we're going to, again, invest resources and think about, approaching this at either a stand scale, a statewide scale, at a property level, it's worth at least thinking through what strategy am I actually going to end up applying? And it's going to really tie back to, well, what value am I trying to sustain? So if my goal is to preserve some of those ecological functions, I want to maintain hydrologic function, I want to maintain those habitat relationships with different species, then obviously I need to keep living trees out there in the forest, right? So the approach that I'm going to take really is going to focus in on, what can I do to maintain health and vigor of black ash trees? There was a question earlier about the trees that are being treated with imamectin benzoate. In Akwesasne, New York, this is actually a picture of a tree being treated. So just to give a sense of the size of some of those trees that are being treated on that landscape. And so trying to maintain healthy populations of those trees. And so how do we go about doing that? And obviously a lot of what's been talked about already, using integrated pest management that's keeping these trees alive and healthy, right? Really focusing on what can we do to keep mature trees healthy and still maintain the ecological function on the landscape. So I'm going to go into talking a little bit about just some of the general approaches that we're describing. I've already discussed there, trying to maintain tree vigor. There's three kind of key approaches that we might go about doing, and then what that translates into in terms of how we might either scale that at a stand level or scale that across the region. And like I mentioned, trying to stay positive and hopeful, show you just, those aren't aware, just the scale of preservation that's happening right now in states outside of Maine, just to give you a sense for what's happening in some neighboring states, to show you at least what some have shown is pretty possible through some of the guidance of folks in this room. So the first key approach, and Deb and others have been talking about this, is that obviously we want to make sure we're keeping EAB out if we can. It's tricky. And if we're not keeping it out, we just want to know where it is. Because if you're treating trees with imamectin benzoate and EAB is 200 miles away, you're wasting insecticide, right? Basically, you want to be using that when you're within an outbreak, so you're actually not wasting that material on the site. So still doing what we do in terms of survey and detection and trying to make sure that we're limiting the spread if we can. Right? Again, really challenging. We've been unsuccessful so far in those places, but trying to the best of our ability to at least know where is it at as we're doing things. If we're not able to prevent it, then the next possible approach is that we're just trying to maintain population viability, both in living trees. So again, we'll be talking a lot more today with other presentations around using insecticides to treat trees, but also doing things like silviculture to recruit new cohorts, and also seed collection to recruit future options and store those options for the site. So trying to just maintain the viability of ash today on the site, as well as the viability of ash into the future. And then the final piece is this approach of cultural adaptation. And so, finding opportunities, and again, from the beginning of emerald ash borer being in the landscape, there's a lot of discussion originally in the Lake States about sinking logs, finding ways to preserve logs for future splint material. Been a lot of activity around community splint pounding events to try to generate splint material like you still can and stockpile that, as well as certainly collecting seed. I'll mention about that a bit more in a moment. And also just the oral traditions. I really appreciated the discussion around just people's experiences going out and learning to harvest black ash and learning about that experience. That's so tied to black ash being out there in the landscape. And my hope is black ash still will be in the landscape, but we want to make sure those oral traditions are being strengthened to make sure that there's still a memory of that connection out there for future generations and all the customs that it has to do it. So on the topic of seed collection, and Deb already mentioned this publication earlier today, but I think it's worth, how many folks in the room have either read this publication or have received guidance from Les Benedict on collecting black ash seed? So it's just, and Les is a humble person, but it's worth pointing out that long before this was on our radar, and I think earlier this morning as well, the discussion with the Maine Indian Basket Makers Alliance was also a great example of that. There's been a lot of cultural adaptation to just understanding the importance of this species and understanding that it's a resource that needs to be honored and sustained, and that knowledge needs to be passed on to others to sustain it in the future. And so, not to embarrass Les, but I just want to acknowledge that I've learned so much, both from reading his teachings on this topic, as well as just his generosity with many of us. And so we're going to be talking about ash seed collection. There's an amazing black ash seed collection manual that Emily Francis and Habcop put together. And really it's that lineage of sharing that knowledge. And this isn't going to be found in the North American Silvics Manual, right? This is really knowledge that existed from other communities that's really critical and central to what we're doing. So I appreciate all of us has done. I also include this picture because he's not wearing that Steelers lanyard. I'm a Patriots fan. I always get offended seeing that. But, so why does it matter? Like what you're trying to do? Because again, if we're gonna do protection at different scales and we have a finite amount of resources, how we approach that's going to vary depending on what our value that we're trying to sustain is. And so if my goal really is at the stand scale at a property level, I want to maintain the ecological function of brown ash. I want to keep as much brown ash alive as possible. I'm very much going to focus my preservation effort at that local scale. If I have, I'm going to really invest my resources into protecting as many mature trees as possible and trying to keep those viable. On the flip side, if my goal really is about genetic conservation and I have that same amount of resources, I'm going to divide that across a lot of stands across the landscape. And so depending on what my value is, and of course there's overlap, we're still conserving genetics here as well as cultural values across both. But depending on what value I'm trying to sustain, it's really going to influence what I might do. And so I think it's just worth pointing out again that many of us, when we were starting this, it took a little bit of like seeing people pulling this off to really realize, wow, there's a possibility here across the region that many of us, I think, again, 15 years ago were saying is impossible. And a lot of credit goes again to Nate Siegert, folks at the University of New Hampshire that were really thinking through how do we preserve individual trees. And then those that have followed Bill Davidson and Kyle Lombard's work in New Hampshire really showed us that this is scalable and possible. So this is a picture of state of New Hampshire in 2022. They've now treated over 100 sites, 12 trees per site. Not all of these are brown ash, a lot of them are white ash, but they're going for it and really trying to sustain ash across the landscape. With that sharing of knowledge with folks in Vermont, both the Vermont Land Trust, the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, Equinox Preservation Trust, over 43 sites, 12 to 20 trees per site being conserved across Vermont. Singling out our national forests, which don't get enough credit for the good they do at times. Most times on the landscape, the Green Mountain National Forest is treating 36 sites, up to 30 trees per site, over 1,300 acres. The White Mountain National Forest is pictured here as 80 sites, largely driven by Ben Farina, who's really bought his own arbor injection system and is going for it. And so again, it's scalable and possible while there's still mature trees on the landscape. And it circles back to that fundamental knowledge we were gaining from Deb and others around how do we actually limit this insect, actually keep trees healthy, but how do we combine that with our diverse values and really the context of our forest and what makes sense and what would be possible. So in terms of the strategies, we've already talked about some of these today. Really appreciated both Angela and Tyler sharing how they're thinking about silviculture and how that plays into trying to recruit and sustain black ash. There'll be some discussion today. Deb already mentioned quite a bit about just chemical techniques, and we're lucky to have injected insecticide that has multiple years of impact, which is, I think, a really useful tool as opposed to like a single year soil drench that could have a lot of other impacts you might not want. Biological controls have been talked upon, and then I think importantly, again, making sure that we are preserving those cultural values and sharing those cultural values. It's amazing still that some don't know the story and the importance of black ash and brown ash and making sure that that's respected. And those that do care are getting access to that resource across the landscape. And then finally, certainly something that's talked about today is just integrating these anywhere we can in the landscape. So I'll just end by saying, I think that, when we reflect on this species and all that it gives us, and for me, this perspective was another teaching I certainly learned from Les and Tyler's and others, is that this really is about engaging and respecting and giving back to that species. And so while we still have these tools, we have these opportunities, we still have mature trees out there in the landscape. We're seeing people actually pull it off and have really good knowledge to share about that we should be honoring those gifts by pulling together and using those resources to do so. And so I really appreciate, again, opportunity to be in this room with so many that have taught me so much, and so many that really provide a lot of inspiration for the work that we do. But as to sharing, a lot of what we're talking about is not going to be in a publication. It's going to be people describing how am I treating trees in the grove? How am I prioritizing what trees to treat? How am I thinking about preserving splints in effective ways? And so I really, really value this meeting and certainly the opportunity to be a part of it. So I'll end by acknowledging many that have provided a lot of wisdom as well as this work, and certainly look forward to the conversations after this about what folks are doing on the landscape. So thank you. So I'm thrilled to be looking at straight geneticists right now when that question's asked. But even when they're protecting, just what comment, you're still protecting multiple trees per location. So it's not just single individuals, but I'll defer to the geneticists in the crowd for that response.
We have a really good description of among and within populations that are created of pasturing black ash.
Thank you.
All right, so you've heard the infamous Les Benedict named multiple times during this meeting. And Les is part of this next session on seed collection work. And we're going to do it a little bit differently for this session. Les is going to provide a PowerPoint presentation to kind of lead us off with the panel discussion. But after Les is done presenting with his portion of the seed collection, I'm going to ask the other panelists to come up on these high chairs, and we'll kind of do kind of an in-person question answer from the audience as well with the work that's being done. So again, it's my honor to have Les be here. He came up last fall
Okay.
for a seed collection event on Alaska. Indian Nation, on Indian Island. Some of us will be able to go see where we collected seed last year in preparation. And, lots have been coming up here for a decade or so, talking about seed collection work. And it's just, he is the person that knows how to collect seed. So Les, why don't you come on up?
Good one-on-one. I appreciate all the kind words and generosity. I've heard a lot of different encouraging things today. I appreciate being here, first of all. Thank you for inviting me to be here. I'm glad to be here. I'll tell you a little bit why I'm here. I spoke to John about it last year and the other group. We were talking about seed collection, but I think it's more about what Tony was reflecting on is this respecting, honoring, and the responsibility that we have. And I'm at a stage of my life where I have photos of people, my elders, and I didn't think I would ever be carrying snow on the roof, but there I am. I'm honored to be here. I really am. I'm encouraged by what I've heard today. I'll talk more about seed collection, but it's more of a human interest story than it is the mechanics, if anything. I like what the model said about the relationship we had, and in some of the slides that he had, and some of the slides that I've seen others have. You'll see a basket there, and it's looks like links of a chain. They're purple links. That's the covenant chain. That's in one of the Mohawk wampum. And we talk about polishing the chain. It was chain that was made from the metal silver. And we talk about polishing the chain. And polishing the chain is when we take that chain out to remind us of the friendship and responsibilities that we have to each other. In our words that come before all else, one of the first things that we acknowledge is each other as people and the responsibility that we have for each other. And I think that's so important. If we were to look at success, this is what success looks like. Teresa Secord, I go back to the early 90s when there were only a very few people that were concerned about ash. And at that time, it was not, it was restoration, it wasn't preservation. Teresa, Maine Indian Basket Alliance, and our community was more about maintaining the basket material for our basket makers. They have taught cohort of new basket makers, and some are in their adulthood now, and some have had their own children. So what we've been doing for the past several generations now, I heard our elders talk about thinking about the 7 generations, and somewhere I fit within that now. I didn't fully understand. I'm encouraged by folks like Angelo in our own community who has such a strong passion for ash and for wanting to preserve it. And by a group of our Mohawk contingent back there led by Jessica Raspita, who has developed a really good program for the land resources program, which includes continuing to work with the state on the work that we're doing to preserve ash. There's a few constants in life. One of the constants in life is that when I connect with Tony D'Amato, one of the first things we hear about is the Patriots. The other constant is hear about the Steelers. The other constant is whenever I try to get in touch with Nate, if you hold on a second, Les, I got to get to a better position for the salary sections. Yeah, it's all about relationships. It really is. I'm glad all of you are here, and even those that are on Zoom, because it's hard to imagine you out there, but you're here because you have a purpose and a shared purpose that we had a long time ago, I'm thinking about, even about the first time I came to Indian Island was not the first time I came to Indian Island. John was talking about the memory of his grandparents. The memory of my grandparents came back to me. What I thought was the first time I came to Indian Island, but it was not the first time. A number of years ago, I drove to Indian Island. And everything looked familiar. The bridge looked familiar. The museum looked familiar. The roads looked familiar. Then it came back to me. I was probably about maybe 7, 8, 9 years old. My grandparents brought me up here. They were traders. They were in basket trade. They traded dyes. They traded sweetgrass. We have sweetgrass, but for some reason, up in this part, the sweetgrass is probably 3 feet long. So that's what they traded for. It was my first time here. So I'm really appreciative of being here. I'm going to go through this real quickly. I have a demonstration tonight about seed collection. I'll go through that. So what do I need to do? Just push a button on this?
Hit right arrow.
The right one?
Yep.
Okay. Ash seed collection. Let's see. It is a life journey. That's really what it is.
Or just say next.
Yeah, next. Okay. Just an overview. Shared a personal connection to ash, and I kind of talked about that. Community, the threat to EAB, we're all in the same boat. We're fighting EAB, and one of the passions I have, well, the reason I'm here, I made a statement to John last year, and that's why he invited me up again. You know, I'm thinking of the folks in the Great Lakes State. I think of Kelly Church and her community, the Anishinaabe. They supported us. They told us what was coming. They told us what to look out for, and they helped support us to get us through what they went through maybe 20 years ago. And as long as I'm able to, I'd like to support the Wabanaki and the other nations to get through this. Because we're going to get there. Our communities are resilient. The other thing is, as a Native American, our communities are resilient. We're still here. We're not going to give up. And I think that's the drive behind the passion of preserving black ash, brown ash. Our communities had a lot of interaction. If you look at the maps that we have of where Native Americans live, those are so static and not relevant to us. We had a strong connection to the Wabanaki. Sometimes they were negative, sometimes they were positive. But nevertheless, they were there. There was a lot of trading. The wampum belts that we had were made from quahog shells. We didn't have quahog where we were. Our name, Ganyankahaga, means people of the flint. So we were heavily involved with flint trade, which is very important. There's I don't know what they call it, but they have, there's a pit down in the Hudson that's has been used for thousands of years of discarded flint. And you can go visit this site. It's a hill. So that was something that we traded in. That's where our name came. So why collect ash seed? I can tell you it's very important. The first time that I got involved with this, next please, is because of a request by our elders to bring the tree back out with us. That's all it was. It wasn't preserving the tree, it was just bringing it back to our community. Our community is heavily impacted by a lot of industry. We lost a lot of land to agriculture and to industry. But that was the main reason for getting involved with it. Plus, I was sitting around a table talking with others, and I raised my hand and I got chosen for the Black Ash Project. Next, please. I mentioned call to action. Next, please. Maniwaki. A lot of our people are going to northern Quebec and Maniwaki to collect ash because it wasn't readily available with a few spots, except in the Fraser State Forest. So we're going further and further away. That's why I got involved with it. Next, please. It connects our generations. We talked a little bit about the past history and our connections to something that we did. It's very important to us in a number of different ways. It's practicing a cultural practice that's tied to our community in many different ways, just like it is with the Anishinaabe and with the Wabanaki. Next, please. So our initial goal was this. going from seed collection, raising them, germinating them, and growing them in a nursery, outlining them, and so we could get to the point of providing basket material for up and coming basket makers. And we're now into that next generation of basket makers, and I think in some ways we have been successful, but now that we're fighting this emerald ash borer, it's, certainly going to be challenging. Next, please. Seed collections tend me to many different paths to other different nations, and I think one of the greatest things that I ever got from that is interacting with the other tribal nations and learning about them, learning about some of their challenges, and getting to see black ash in a lot of different parts of its range, and to see how it grew, see how it flowered, you can see the differences in the different types of trees that are out there. Just a few pictures. We had a lot of seed training classes that was supported by USDA Seed Science Center back in the 2000s. I got to meet a lot of different talented people and really sophisticated people that really understood. I had the pleasure of working with Bob Carfall a number of years ago. He is the author on seed collection, seed management. So it was a complete privilege to meet him. Next, please. Like I mentioned, it took me to other nations. Next, please. Including some of our own nations within New York State. This is at the Tuscarora Nation. I think one is up here in Indian Island. Next, please. My friend Richard is co-author. He's the other Richard. Where's the other Richard? Is he still here? But these two, once you get them together, it's a lot of fun. But that's part of it, is just getting to know each other and learning about the stories. For those of you who don't know, there is a book that is called Rooted Like a Black Ash Tree, or a Ash Tree. It's a story, Rooted Like the Ash Trees, New England Indians and the Land, by Richard Carlson. It's a book that's not readily available now, it's out of print, but you're gonna find stories like Richard Silverboy, who is a master basket maker, but he's also a leader in his community, and he is a leader in native rights for Wabanaki. His story is multifaceted, so if you ever get an opportunity to find that book or copies of it, I recommend reading it. But there's a lot of stories to tell. That's the human story behind seed collection. Next, please. Next. Just rolling through these, just pictures of, it's basically a pictorial history of where I've been and what I've done with seed collection. Next, please. You've seen these maps, EAB alert, how quickly it's spread. But the main thing is, as this thing moves forward, some of the horror stories is that once these trees are gone, they're not going to be producing seeds. That to me is the biggest problem. So I encourage seed collection. Collect as many as you can, as often as you can, when you can. We had a light crop this year in Akwesasne. I think it was 3 years ago. We had a good seed collection. We probably won't see that either until 2025 or 2026. So you have to be ready for it. Next, please. And you just have to keep an eye out for the flowering. Watch the weather. Because it's wind pollinated, you have to make sure, you have to understand that it can be impacted by heavy rains and wind, so that could affect the seed crop or not. But it's just a matter of going out periodically in the early days of flowering and looking for the flowers to see if they're out and then they start forming seeds. Next, please. Like I said, urgency is greater now than ever. It helps us plan for the future. You heard about some of the preservation strategies. That's to me part of it. The other part is possibly creating a refugee. I'm looking at Anacostia Island. That's to me would be an ideal place. And as Nate's slide showed, it's kind of a lot of the impacts. Anyways, only time will tell. And it will help us weather the storm. We'll have something for the future for the up and coming basket makers. Next, please. Let's see. Next, please. I mentioned this, they don't reproduce seeds every year. Next, please. You can use some tools like, those who are involved with EAB management usually get USDA's, heating degree day maps on when you're gonna get emergence of EAB. This, heating degree days is a good tool to use for seed forecasting. As things warm up, you can expect trees to flower. So that's available online from USDA. So you can start figuring out when you might want to start looking for seeds, when they start might producing flowers rather. And that for us, that's like May, June, late May, early June. Next, please. Quality is the key. Make sure you collect seeds from a good formed tree, ones that you think will produce good baskets. Next, please. These are the ash flowers. Up in the upper right-hand corner are male flowers. Down in the lower left corner is the female flowers. Gives you an idea of what to look for. Next. And our hope is being pinned. That is an example of what you can do in your own community on different levels. We early on relied on SUNY ESF school for raising out our plants, and also the Saratoga Tree Nursery. But we're getting to, we now have the capacity, we can start doing that on our own. And although it's been discouraged to start raising ash, I'm encouraged by the seed initiative in Maine. I think it's important. They're thinking of maybe raising some trees, planting some seed orchards. Next, please. And for restoration, next. So get out there and get collecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. And we can take questions after we have our other panelists present, and you can direct your question to whoever you want as part of the panelists. But can I have Ella and let's see, Mel, and we're gonna get Darren, who's joining via the webinar. Great. Hi, Darren. Can you hear us? You're on mute.
Hey, bear with me.
See how this format works.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yes. Okay, so again, as we kind of go through our other panels, Les, thank you very much for your presentation. And I know that it's a great support to our efforts here in Maine. One thing I'd like to do as the panelists go through, introduce themselves, but I think what you're going to start to see is this idea that Tony talked about in terms of how are we going to scale up in terms of thinking about collection of seed and involvement. And we have Darren, who's part of the National Wild Seed Center in Canada, that's going to talk about the work that they're doing in Canada across the country. We've got Nell with the Wild Seed Project here in Maine, who's become a real strong partner in our efforts in terms of education, some training for us in terms of storage for the seed that we collect, and also outreach with other community members here in Maine. And Ella's can also just speak about some of the EPCA training, in-person trainings that we're doing, both within tribal communities, but also with land trusts and other private landowners that are interested in monitoring for seed production and collection of seed and then storing of seed. So, so I think you're getting a little taste of that kind of the scaling up. So, Darren, do you want to introduce yourself and then talk about your project?
Sure. Thanks for the invitation to participate today. It's an honor to be on the panel with Les and Ella and Nell. My name's Darren Draboka. I am the coordinator of Canada's National Tree Seed Centre. We opened our doors in 1967 with a very narrow view of what the forest looked like. It was a very colonial view, and we were very focused on the collection of a few commercially important tree species. Over time, that has evolved into a broader perspective, a more appropriate perspective of seed conservation and collection across the country, with targeted collections across Canada's 1,000+ eco districts. So our agenda is to get as many seed into our conservation vault as possible that represent a good genetic diversity of seed in our country. That view is really spread and it includes now a special focus on endangered and threatened species, including black ash. And through black ash, that really started a conversation that launched our Indigenous seed collection program. It was in 2019, which was the last good bumper crop year for black ash in Canadian areas anyways. I expect probably south of the border as well. Where the previous coordinator went out on the road across the country, or at least across the range of ash, and was doing collections and was doing a number of media presentations. And we had numerous Indigenous communities reach out to the Tree Center saying, we really want to be involved. We're already doing this work. Can we make something happen? And that was one of the instigating reasons for the development of our Indigenous seed collection program. So this program is really aimed at assisting and bringing Indigenous leadership into seed collection and conservation throughout Canada, not just for black ash, but for other species as well. With black ash, we have more than 30 collections that have been performed and collected by Indigenous communities across its range. And one of the things that we do as the Seed Center is to go out, connect with communities, share Western perspectives of seed collection and conservation, and learn from Indigenous communities on traditional knowledge and traditional understanding of seed collection as well. We really try to build a network between communities of Indigenous expertise and building that connection for folks to do their seed collection work and to share ideas and understanding of how to do it. We have built a number of memorandums of understanding with communities. And so although the National Tree Seed Center has an agenda to collect seed, the seed that communities send to us is not part of our agenda. That seed remains as part of the community. We hold it here until the community is ready to have that seed come back to be planted or any other purposes the community might have. So it's been a really great program. We have connected with more than 120 participants across the country. We have recently returned from a cross-country tour where we've met quite a number of communities, and those tours have happened in the past as well. So we have met with over 80 communities across the country to work with and share knowledge around seed collection. I think it's really important to note as well that we are not knocking on the doors of communities. It is communities reaching out to us to ask us to participate. And so that relationship building has been wonderful. We have returned to many communities more than once to continue conversations about how best to build our program, and how best to collect seed and get it into storage for conservation purposes. Thanks.
Thank you, Darren. And I think one thing that's unique that we need to explore more, and that's the importance of collaborating and interacting more. Maybe you could just share a few words about the memorandum of understanding that you have that I think is unique from our National Seed Center collections that we might want to explore in the near future.
Sure. So with our memorandums of understanding, they are written with the community, and these memorandums ensure that any seed that comes through the door of the National Tree Seed Center does not become the property of the National Tree Seed Center. That seed is retained by the community. The ownership is the community's, and at any point, if the community asks for that seed back for whatever reason, we will send that seed back to the community. So the only time we would use community seed is to conduct viability testing to make sure that the seed is healthy and viable. We would do that every 10 years. And just to make sure that that health of the seed is still there over time. But we wouldn't share it with partners. We don't give it away for research. Our collections from the National Tree Seed Center that are ours, we do provide seed, small numbers of seed to researchers, for example, conducting research into climate change, for example. But we would not provide that community seed for those purposes unless the community wanted that seed involved in some research work. Those memorandums, are in place for the duration of the seed's existence here at the National Tree Seed Center. And it gives the communities the knowledge and the comfort to know that we are not taking seed away from the communities, and that they retain that ownership.
Thank you, Darren. Next, I'd like to, if we could pan to the chairs. We'll show Nell and Ella and Les. You know that works. And Nell, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Everyone, awesome, thank you. Hi, everybody, my name is Nell Hood. I'm from the Wild Seed Project, and we are an educational environmental organization in the state that is really excited about reconnecting people and communities with the seed that is available in their areas, and having more enacted caretaking of that seed kind of everywhere. And we're trying to do that as an organization ourselves. We work with a local land trust in more southern Maine to start building out a seed resource down there that helps resource communities all over the state with seed. And that has kind of brought us into this collaboration with ACCA, thinking about how we get more people kind of taking responsibility for the seed that is on this landscape. Maine is almost, I think, over 95% of the land is in private property. And so there's a lot that we can do in as people in this room, but then there's also a lot of responsibility that has to be taken out in everyone's yards and in the land trusts and in logging, there's so much possibility that lives in everyone's collective caretaking of this place. And so we're really just trying to get more people to understand the actions that they can take and move this conversation into communities